The smell of damp pine and wet earth used to be my favorite part of the weekend. It signaled a break from the fluorescent lights of the office and the constant hum of the city. My friend Elias and I had been planning this trip into the northern reaches of the Cascade Range for 3 months. We were not amateurs. We had the right boots, the right GPS, and enough dehydrated food to last a week. The plan was simple. We would hike the ridge line for 10 miles, camp near the glacial lake, and head back before the Sunday evening traffic hit the highway. But the mountains do not care about your plans. The weather turned in a way that felt personal. One moment the sky was a clear sheet of blue glass, and the next it was a thick soup of gray clouds that swallowed the sun whole. The wind picked up first. It did not just blow. It screamed through the gaps in the rock faces. Within 20 minutes, the temperature dropped 30 degrees. We were caught in what the locals call a ghost storm. It is a sudden blast of freezing fog and sleet that erases the trail and turns the world into a white void. We could not see 5 feet in front of us. Every tree looked like a shadow, and every rock looked like a path. We were lost within the first hour of the storm hitting. My hands were starting to go numb inside my gloves, and I could feel the moisture seeping through the seams of my jacket. Elias was shouting something, but the wind tore his words away before they could reach me. I grabbed his shoulder and pointed toward a dark shape protruding from the side of the slope. It was not a tree. It had sharp corners and a flat roof. It was an emergency shelter. These structures are scattered throughout the high country for exactly this reason. They are usually small stone or corrugated metal boxes designed to keep you from dying of exposure. They are not comfortable, and they are often filled with dust and spider webs, but at that moment it looked like a palace. We scrambled up the loose scree toward the heavy iron door. The wind was pushing against our backs as if it were trying to shove us inside. I reached for the handle. It was cold enough to burn through my glove. I pulled hard, and the door groaned open on rusted hinges. We fell inside and slammed the door shut behind us. The silence was the first thing I noticed. The walls were thick stone, and they cut the roar of the wind down to a dull throb. It was pitch black inside. I fumbled for my headlamp and clicked it on. The beam of light cut through the air and revealed a small square room. There was a wooden bench bolted to the far wall and a small iron stove that had not seen a fire in years. The floor was dirt and packed gravel. It was empty. There were no other hikers and no supplies left behind by previous visitors. It was just us and the cold. Elias slumped against the wall and started shaking. He was suffering from the early stages of hypothermia. I told him to get out of his wet outer layer while I tried to see if there was any wood for the stove. There was nothing but a few scraps of old newspaper and some dry moss. I realized we would have to rely on our sleeping bags and body heat to get through the night. The shelter felt safe enough. It was sturdy and dry. I checked the door to make sure it was latched. It was a heavy piece of metal, with a simple sliding bolt on the inside. I slid the bolt home with a loud metallic clack. We sat on the bench and shared a protein bar in the dark. We did not talk much. We were both thinking about how lucky we were to find this place. If we had stayed out on the ridge, we would have been frozen solid by morning. I started to relax a little bit. My toes were tingling as the blood flow returned to them. I closed my eyes and listened to the wind. It sounded like a wild animal pacing outside the stone walls. It would howl and then go quiet and then howl again. That was when the first sound happened. It was not the wind. It was a rhythmic thud. It sounded like someone was standing right outside the door and hitting it with a flat palm. I froze. Elias looked at me and his eyes were wide in the glow of the headlamp. I told him it was probably just a loose branch or a piece of debris catching the wind, but there were no trees close enough to the shelter to reach the door. The thudding happened again. 3 distinct knocks. 1, 2, 3. They were deliberate. They were firm. I stood up and walked toward the door. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I asked if anyone was out there. I shouted that we were inside and that the door was unlocked from their side if they just turned the handle. There was no verbal response. There was only the wind. I waited for a minute with my hand hovering over the bolt. I thought about opening it. If there was another hiker out there, they were in serious trouble. But something felt wrong. The knocks had been too steady and too heavy. I decided to look through the small viewing slit in the door. It was only 2 inches wide and covered with a thick piece of scratched plexiglass. I leaned forward and squinted. All I could see was the swirling white of the snow and the gray fog. There was no silhouette of a person. There was no one standing on the small stone step. I turned back to Elias and told him that I did not see anyone. I tried to laugh it off. I said the wind must be playing tricks on our ears. As soon as the words left my mouth, a massive crash hit the door. It was so loud that the entire shelter seemed to vibrate. It was not a knock this time. It was a kick or a shoulder ram. The heavy iron door rattled in its frame and the bolt groaned. Elias jumped to his feet and grabbed his ice axe. We stood there in the center of the small room staring at the door. I yelled again for whoever it was to stop. I told them we were armed. It was a lie, but I wanted to sound intimidating. The response was immediate. From the other side of the door came a sound that I will never forget. It was a scraping noise. It sounded like metal claws dragging down the length of the iron plate. It started at the top and went all the way to the bottom. It was slow and purposeful. Then the knocking started again, but it was not on the door this time. It was coming from the wall behind us. The walls were solid stone. They were at least a foot thick, yet the knocking was coming from inside the masonry. Thump went from the back wall to the side wall and then up toward the ceiling. It sounded like something was trapped inside the very structure of the shelter. I looked at the ceiling, but there was nothing there but old wooden beams and the underside of the metal roof. The air in the room started to feel different. It grew heavy and smelled like old copper and wet fur. The temperature plunged even further. I could see my breath blooming in the air like thick white ghosts. Elias was backing away toward the corner. He pointed at the floor. The dirt and gravel were vibrating. Small pebbles were jumping as if something huge was walking underneath the shelter. But these shelters are built on solid rock foundations. There is no basement. There is no crawl space. I told Elias we needed to stay calm. I told him there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was a seismic shift or a rock slide nearby, but the knocking was too rhythmic for a natural disaster. It sounded like a conversation. It sounded like something was trying to find a way in. I reached out and touched the stone wall. I wanted to feel the vibration for myself. The moment my skin made contact with the cold rock, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. It was heavy and suffocating. I held my breath. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Then from directly behind the spot where my hand rested, I heard a whisper. It did not come from the air. It came from inside the stone. It was a voice that sounded like grinding rocks. It did not use words. It was just a low guttural hum that vibrated through my palm and into my bones. I pulled my hand back as if I had been burned. Elias asked me what was wrong. I could not tell him. I did not want to admit what I had felt. I looked at the door again. The scratching had stopped. I moved back toward the center of the room and sat on the dirt floor. I kept the headlamp pointed at the door. We sat there for hours. Every time the wind died down, the knocking would start again in a different part of the room. It was playing a game with us. It would knock on the left and then the right. It would knock on the floor and then the ceiling. I tried to tell myself that we were just exhausted. I thought maybe the altitude was affecting our brains. Lack of oxygen can cause hallucinations. It can make you hear things that are not there. I looked at Elias. He was staring at the wall with a look of pure terror. He was not hallucinating the same thing I was. We were both experiencing this. We were both trapped in a stone box with something that was knocking back. Around 3 in the morning, the storm reached its peak. The wind was so loud it sounded like a jet engine was hovering over the shelter. The metal roof was rattling so hard I thought it would fly off. In the middle of the chaos, the door handle began to turn. I watched it move. The iron lever was pushed down slowly. It hit the stop and then moved back up. Then it moved down again. Someone or something was testing the lock. They were doing it over and over, down and up. Down and up. I gripped my pocket knife, although I knew it would be useless against whatever was on the other side. The bolt was the only thing keeping us safe. I watched the metal bar. It was vibrating. The pressure from the other side was immense. The door was bending slightly inward at the edges. I could see the white snow through the cracks. Then the pressure stopped. The handle stayed in the neutral position. The knocking returned, but this time it was different. It was fast and frantic. It sounded like dozens of hands were hitting the outside of the shelter all at once. It was a wall of sound. It was coming from every direction. The stone walls, the door, the roof, and the floor were all being hammered. It was deafening. I covered my ears and screamed. Elia's was curled in a ball on the floor. Then, as quickly as it had started, it all went quiet. The wind died down to a whisper. The knocking stopped. The scratching stopped. The room felt empty again. I waited for a long time before I dared to move. I looked at my watch. It was 5 in the morning. The first light of dawn was starting to filter through the viewing slit. I stood up on shaky legs and walked to the door. I needed to see what was out there. I needed to know what had been trying to get in. I slid the bolt back. It was difficult to move, as if it had been warped by the pressure. I pulled the door open. The world was white and still. A fresh layer of snow covered everything. I looked down at the stone step. There were no footprints. There were no tracks in the snow leading to or from the door. The snow was smooth and undisturbed. I looked at the door itself. The heavy iron plate was clean. There were no scratches. There were no dents from the hammering. I walked around the outside of the shelter. I checked the walls. The stone was solid and unmarked. There were no branches nearby and no signs of a rock slide. I looked at the ground surrounding the structure. The snow was a perfect blank sheet. Nothing had walked on it since the storm began. I stood there in the cold morning air and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Elias came out a few minutes later. He looked at the pristine snow and then at me. We did not say a word. We packed our gear as fast as we could. We did not bother with breakfast. We just wanted to get off that mountain. As we hiked away, I looked back at the shelter one last time. It looked small and lonely against the backdrop of the massive peaks. It looked like a tomb. We made it back to the trailhead by noon. The sun was out and the parking lot was full of families and weekend hikers. Everything looked normal. People were laughing and loading their dogs into their cars. It felt like the night before had been a fever dream. I almost convinced myself that we had imagined the whole thing. Maybe the wind had moved the door handle. Maybe the stone was settling. But when I got home, I took off my jacket and noticed something. There was a bruise on the palm of my hand. It was in the exact shape of a small human hand. It was dark purple and felt cold to the touch. I remembered the moment I had touched the wall. I remembered the whisper that was not a whisper. I realized then that the shelter had not been empty. We had been invited in, or maybe we had been caught. I have not gone hiking since that trip. Elias moved away and we do not talk anymore. Every time I hear a knock at my front door, I feel a surge of panic. I check the peephole and I see my neighbors or the mail carrier. But I always wait a few seconds before I open it. I wait to see if the handle will turn on its own. I wait to see if the sound will move to the walls. The mountains are full of places like that, places that were built to protect us but have become something else. They sit out there in the dark and the snow waiting for the next storm. They wait for someone to knock on the door seeking help, and they are always ready to knock back. I wonder how many people have gone into those shelters and never come out. I wonder if they are the ones doing the knocking now. I still have the bruise on my hand. It has not faded in 6 months. Sometimes at night when the house is quiet, I can feel it vibrate. It is a low rhythmic pulse. It feels like a heartbeat, or maybe it is a countdown. I do not go near the mountains anymore. I stay where the lights are bright and the walls are thin, because I know that if I am ever in the dark again, I will hear it. I will hear that grinding voice in the stone. And this time, I do not think a sliding bolt will be enough to keep it out. The mountain is a hungry thing. It does not just take your heat and your energy. It takes your peace of mind. It leaves a mark that you cannot wash away. I look at my hand and I see the shape of the hand that touched me through the wall. It is a reminder that some doors should never be opened, and some shelters are not built for the living. They are built to keep something inside. We were not lucky to find that place. We were just the only ones who made it out to tell the story. But I think a part of me is still there. I think a part of me is still sitting on that wooden bench listening to the sound of the stone. The world is much louder than I remember. The city is full of noises that I used to ignore. Now every construction site and every slamming car door makes me jump. I am always listening for that specific rhythm. The 3 knocks, the deliberate pace. I know it is coming back. I do not know when or where, but I know it is not finished with me. You cannot touch something like that and expect it to let go. The shelter is still out there. The storm is still blowing. And something is still knocking on the inside of the wall, waiting for someone to answer. The sun began to set behind the jagged horizon of the city as I sat by my window. The apartment was on the 12th floor, but the height did not make me feel safe anymore. It only reminded me of the elevation of the ridge. I looked at the bruise on my palm again. It had darkened to a deep obsidian color. The skin was cold to the touch even when I held it against a radiator. I could feel the pulse beneath the flesh. It was slow and heavy like a hammer hitting a muffled drum. I had started leaving all the lights on at night. The electricity bill was rising, but the dark was a price I was no longer willing to pay. In the shadows, my mind would reconstruct the stone shelter. I would see the iron door and the way the handle turned with such agonizing deliberation. I decided to visit the local library to look into the history of that specific area. I needed a logical explanation for what had occurred. I needed to find a record of a geological anomaly or perhaps a legend that matched the events of that night. The library was a quiet place with thick carpets and high ceilings. It felt solid. I spent hours scanning through old maps and geological surveys of the high country. I found the shelter on a topographical map from 1975. It was listed as shelter number 4. There were 6 of them built along the ridge line after a series of disappearances in the late 1960s. The structures were designed by a man named Thomas Vance. He was a civil engineer who had lost his brother to a blizzard on that very peak. I dug deeper into the records of the construction. Thomas Vance had insisted on using local stone for the walls. He refused to use imported materials. According to the old newspaper clippings, I found the workers had complained about the site. They reported hearing voices when the wind was still. They said the stone was too hard to cut and that it felt like it was absorbing the sound of their tools. One worker had vanished during the final phase of construction. His body was never recovered. The authorities assumed he had fallen into a crevasse, but the other men claimed he had simply walked into the unfinished shelter and never walked out. They said the door had not even been installed yet. As I read the words, the library seemed to grow colder. I turned the page of the microfiche reader. There was a photo of Thomas Vance from the day the shelters were completed. He was standing in front of shelter number 4. He did not look like a man who had succeeded in a noble goal. He looked gaunt and terrified. His hands were tucked into his pockets, but his eyes were fixed on the camera with a hollow stare. The caption quoted him saying that the mountain had accepted the stones and would now keep watch over those who sought refuge. He died 3 weeks later from what the coroner described as internal trauma, with no visible marks on his body. I pushed back from the desk. My hand was throbbing. The bruise was vibrating in sync with the humming of the library lights. I realized that the knocking was not just a sound, it was a signature. It was a way for the mountain to claim what was inside its stone. I felt a sudden urge to call Elias. I had not spoken to him in months. We had parted ways at the trailhead with a silent agreement that we would never mention that night again. I took out my phone and scrolled through my contacts. My fingers were shaking. I found his name and pressed the button. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. His voice sounded different on the recording. It was strained and thin. I left a message asking him if he was all right. I told him I had found some information about the shelter. I did not mention the bruise or the way my apartment walls seemed to be getting thicker every day. I hung up and walked out of the library. The street was crowded with people rushing home from work. I tried to blend in with the noise. I wanted to be surrounded by the mundane sounds of traffic and conversation. But as I walked past an alleyway, I heard it. 3 knocks. They came from the brick wall of a warehouse. I stopped and turned. There was no one there. The bricks were old and cracked, but they were solid. I moved closer and placed my ear against the surface. The sound was not coming from the other side of the wall. It was coming from inside the material itself. It was the same rhythmic thud I had heard in the storm. I backed away and began to run. I did not stop until I reached my apartment building. I burst through the front door and ran up the stairs because I could not bear the thought of being trapped in the small metal box of the elevator. When I reached my door, I fumbled with the keys. I stepped inside and slammed the door shut. I slid the deadbolt and the chain. I leaned my back against the wood and listened. For a long time, there was only the sound of my own breathing. The sun had completely disappeared now. The city lights cast long orange shadows across my living room floor. I walked to the kitchen to get a glass of water. As I reached for the faucet, I saw it. There was a thin layer of gray dust on my countertop. I wiped it away with my finger. It felt like crushed stone. I looked up at the ceiling. A small crack had formed in the plaster. It was jagged and dark. As I watched, another crack branched off from the first one. A tiny piece of debris fell and landed in the sink with a metallic clink. It was not a piece of plaster. It was a small shard of granite. I realized then that the shelter was not just a place on a map. It was a condition. It was a space that had opened up inside my life. The mountain did not care about distance or time. It had marked me, and now it was bringing the stone to me. I grabbed my coat and a flashlight. I could not stay in the apartment. If the walls became the shelter, I would be trapped again. This time there would be no dawn to save me. I ran back out into the hallway. The lights were flickering. The air smelled of old copper and wet fur. The scent was so strong it made my eyes water. I reached the stairwell and began to descend. Every step felt like I was walking deeper into a cavern. The concrete of the stairs felt rougher under my boots. The railing was cold enough to burn my skin. I reached the lobby and saw the security guard sitting behind his desk. He looked up at me, but his face was obscured by the shadows. I asked him if he had noticed anything strange with the building. He did not answer. He just stared at me. As I moved closer, I saw that his skin looked like weathered rock. His eyes were 2 polished stones. I did not wait for him to speak. I pushed through the glass doors and out into the night. The city felt different now. The buildings seemed to lean inward as if they were trying to form a canopy over the street. The sound of the traffic was being muffled by a rising fog. It was the same gray soup that had swallowed the sun on the ridge. I knew I had to find Elias. If he was experiencing the same thing, we might be able to figure out a way to stop it. I drove to his last known address in the suburbs. The houses were spaced further apart here, and the trees were tall and dark. I pulled into his driveway and saw that his car was gone. The house was dark except for a single light in the upstairs window. I got out of the car and walked to the front door. I did not ring the bell. I knocked 3 times. I realized what I had done the moment my knuckles hit the wood. I tried to pull my hand back, but it was too late. The sound did not echo. It was absorbed by the house. I waited for a minute, but there was no response. I tried the handle. It was unlocked. I stepped inside and called his name. The air inside the house was freezing. My breath bloomed in front of me in thick white clouds. I followed the smell of wet earth up the stairs. The door to the bedroom was ajar. I pushed it open and saw Elias sitting on the floor in the center of the room. He was surrounded by piles of stones. He had pulled them from the walls and the floor. He was stacking them in a circle around himself. He did not look up when I entered. He was whispering to the rocks. I walked over to him and grabbed his shoulder. He felt as cold as a statue. He turned his head slowly, and I saw that his eyes were gone. In their place were 2 smooth gray pebbles. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a grinding sound came out. It was the guttural hum I had felt through the wall of the shelter. He reached out and touched my hand. The bruise on my palm flared with a blinding heat. I felt a surge of energy rush up my arm and into my chest. The room began to vibrate. The walls of the suburban house started to crumble away, revealing thick blocks of gray granite beneath the wallpaper. The windows were being covered by sheets of iron. The floor was turning into dirt and packed gravel. We were not in the suburbs anymore. We were back on the ridge. The wind began to scream through the gaps in the stone. I backed away from Elias, but he did not follow me. He continued to stack his stones. He was building his own tomb. I looked at the door of the bedroom, but it was gone. In its place was the heavy iron plate with the sliding bolt. I was inside the shelter again. The storm was raging outside, and I could hear the rhythmic thudding starting on the roof. It was faster this time. It sounded like 100 hands were trying to get in. I realized that the shelter was not meant to keep the hikers safe from the storm. It was meant to provide the mountain with a place to collect them. I looked at my hand. The bruise had spread to my wrist. The skin was beginning to harden. I could see the texture of the rock forming over my veins. I knew that if I stayed here, I would become like the security guard and like Elias. I would become part of the structure. I would spend eternity knocking on the walls, waiting for someone else to seek refuge. I grabbed the iron handle of the door. It was frozen shut. I threw my weight against it, but it did not budge. The scratching began at the top of the door and moved slowly to the bottom. I searched the room for anything I could use as a lever. I found the old iron stove. It was cold and empty. I grabbed the heavy lid and smashed it against the door. The sound was deafening. The knocking on the outside stopped for a second and then resumed with even more intensity. I hit the door again and again. The metal began to dent. A small gap appeared at the edge. I could see the swirling white of the ghost storm through the crack. I dropped the stove lid and shoved my fingers into the gap. The metal bit into my flesh, but I did not feel any pain. My hands were already turning to stone. I pulled with everything I had. The door groaned on its rusted hinges. It felt like I was pulling against the weight of the entire mountain. Slowly, the bolt began to slide. The metallic clack echoed through the small room. The door swung open, and the wind rushed in with the force of a tidal wave. It knocked me backward into the dirt. I saw Elias look up from his circle of stones. For a brief second, the pebbles in his eyes seemed to crack, and I saw a flicker of the man I used to know. He reached out a hand toward the open door, but the shadows from the corners of the room stretched out and pulled him back. I scrambled to my feet and ran out into the white void. I did not have my gear. I did not have a map. I only had the instinct to move away from the stone. I fell down the scree slope and tumbled into the darkness. The wind tried to push me back toward the shelter, but I kept crawling. I could hear the mountains screaming behind me. It was a sound of frustration and hunger. I did not look back. I moved until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I collapsed into a snowbank and waited for the cold to take me. I woke up in a hospital bed 3 days later. A group of skiers had found me near the trailhead. They said it was a miracle I had survived the night without a coat or boots. They told me I had severe frostbite on my hands and feet. The doctors were worried they would have to amputate, but when they removed the bandages, they were baffled. My skin was not black or blistered. It was perfectly intact, but it was the color of gray granite. They ran tests, but they could not find a medical reason for the discoloration. They said it was as if the pigment had been replaced by a mineral deposit. I told them about Elias and the shelter. They sent a search party up the ridge, but they found nothing. They said there was no shelter number 4 listed on any modern map. They found the other 5 structures, but the space where the 4th one should have been was just a flat expanse of rock. They found no sign of Elias or his car. They treated me for shock and eventually released me. I moved to a different city. I chose a place in the desert where there are no mountains and the ground is made of sand. I sit in my chair and watch the sun rise over the flat horizon. My hands are heavy now. I can barely lift them to turn the pages of a book. The gray color has spread to my elbows. I do not go outside much. I am afraid of what will happen when the transformation is complete. I wonder if I will simply stop moving and become a statue in the middle of my living room. Or perhaps I will wake up one night and find myself back on the ridge standing guard over a door that no longer exists. The knocking has not stopped. It is quieter now, but it is constant. It comes from my own chest. It is the sound of a heart turning to stone. I know that I am still connected to that place. The mountain did not let me go. It just gave me a longer leash. I look at the sand outside my window and I try to remember the feeling of grass and soft earth, but all I can feel is the cold. All I can hear is the wind screaming through the gaps in the rock. And somewhere in the distance, I hear the sound of 3 distinct knocks. 1, 2, 3. They are waiting for me to answer. They are waiting for me to come home. The desert air is supposed to be dry and life-giving, but to me it feels like a slow suffocation. I moved to this arid basin thinking that the lack of stone would save me. I thought that if I surrounded myself with shifting dunes and soft silt, the mountain would lose its grip. I was wrong. The sand is nothing more than stone that has been crushed by time and violence. Every grain is a tiny piece of the same ancient silence that lived in the walls of the shelter. I spend my days in a small house made of wood and glass. I avoided the stucco and the brick. I wanted materials that breathed and rotted because those are the things that belong to the living. But even here the weight is growing. My arms are so heavy now that I have to use my entire body to shift my position in the chair. The gray color has moved past my shoulders and is creeping toward my neck. When I look in the mirror, I do not see a man. I see a monument in progress. I have stopped answering the telephone. I have stopped checking the mail. The world of people and their busy little lives feels like a dream I had a long time ago. I am becoming a part of the landscape. I sit for hours watching the heat waves ripple over the desert floor. Sometimes I see shapes in the distance. They look like tall, thin men wrapped in gray rags. They do not move when I look at them, but when I blink, they are closer. They are the sentinels of the ridge. They have followed me down from the high country to ensure that the debt is paid. The mountain does not lose its property. It only allows for a brief period of transit before the reclamation begins. I can feel the pulse in my throat slowing down. It is no longer a heartbeat. It is a tectonic shift. It is the sound of deep earth moving against deep earth. Yesterday, a bird landed on my windowsill. It was a small sparrow with bright eyes and a frantic energy. It looked at me and chirped a sharp, clear sound that should have been beautiful. But as I watched, the bird began to change. Its feathers stiffened and turned a dull matte gray. Its song became a dry, rattling sound. Before it could fly away, it tipped over and hit the wooden sill with the sound of a falling pebble. It was a statue. I did not touch it. I could not bear to feel that familiar cold. I simply watched as the wind eventually blew it off the ledge and into the sand below. I realized then that I am a carrier. I am a source of the infection. The shelter is not just a place I visited. It is a virus of the material world. It turns the organic into the inorganic. It replaces the soul with a cold, heavy density. I think about Elias every night. I wonder if he is still stacking his stones in that bedroom that is no longer a bedroom, or perhaps he has become the floor itself. I wonder if the next person who finds themselves trapped in a storm on that ridge will walk across his chest without ever knowing a human heart once beat beneath their boots. The thought should fill me with horror, but I find that my capacity for emotion is eroding. Fear requires a certain amount of heat. It requires a quickening of the blood and a sharpness of the nerves. My blood is thick like liquid lead. My nerves are being encased in a mineral sheath. I am becoming as indifferent as the mountain itself. I am starting to understand the logic of the stone. It does not hate. It does not love. It simply exists, and it demands that everything else exist in the same way. The knocking started again an hour ago. It did not come from the walls this time. It came from the floor directly beneath my chair. 1, 2, 3. It was so loud that the glass in the windows vibrated. I did not move. I could not move. I just waited for the next set of sounds. It is the rhythm of a builder. Something is working beneath the house. Something is laying a foundation of granite in the sand. I can hear the grinding of the blocks. I can hear the sliding of the iron bolts. The house is being converted. The wood is being replaced by something that will never rot. I am being built into a new version of shelter number 4. I am the cornerstone. I am the center around which the silence will grow. I tried to speak just now, but my jaw did not move. My teeth felt like they were fused together. I managed to produce a low hum that sounded like a distant landslide. It was the only voice I had left. I realized that the words I wanted to say did not matter anymore. There is no one to hear them. The desert is empty. The city is 1,000,000 miles away. There is only the wind and the stone and the knocking. The light is fading from the sky. The orange glow of the sunset is being replaced by a cold, bruised purple. I can see the stars beginning to appear. They look like tiny holes poked in a heavy velvet curtain. They do exhausted and old. I wonder if they are made of stone too. I wonder if the whole universe is just a collection of shelters waiting for someone to walk inside and close the door. I can feel the transformation reaching my face now. My skin is tightening. My eyelids are becoming heavy and stiff. I find that I do not need to breathe as often as I used to. The air feels thin and unnecessary. I am becoming a part of the permanent record. I am a witness to the slow patience of the earth. The mountain waited for thousands of years for Thomas Vance to build those shelters. It waited for decades for me and Elias to find that door. It can wait forever for the next step. Time does not mean anything to a mountain. A century is just a breath. 1,000 years is just a season. I will be here when the desert turns back into an ocean. I will be here when the sun burns out and the world becomes a frozen ball of rock. The knocking is getting faster now. It is no longer a deliberate pace. It is a frantic pounding. It sounds like 1,000 hammers working in unison. The floor is cracking open. I can see the gray stone rising up through the floorboards. It is beautiful in a terrible way. It is smooth and polished and ancient. It is rising up to meet me. I feel a sense of relief. The struggle is almost over. I do not have to carry the weight of my body anymore. The mountain will carry it for me. I will be the wall. I will be the roof. I will be the shelter. And when the next traveler comes seeking refuge from the storm, I will be there to greet them. I will be the sound they hear in the middle of the night. I will be the reason they never leave. The room is dark now. I can no longer see the desert. I can only see the gray blocks of the walls as they close in around me. The ceiling is lowering. The door is manifesting in the corner. I can see the iron handle. I can see the sliding bolt. It is all so familiar. It is like coming home to a place I never wanted to leave. My eyes are the last things to change. I can still see the faint outline of the world I used to inhabit. I see the shadow of the sparrow on the windowsill. I see the dust motes dancing in the final sliver of starlight. Then the stone reaches my brow. The gray curtain falls. The knocking stops. There is only the silence and the wind and the heavy weight of the mountain as it settles into my bones. I am no longer a man who escaped the shelter. I am the shelter, and the door is wide open. The silence that followed the closing of my eyes was not a void, but a solid presence. It was the density of the deep earth pressing against the boundaries of my consciousness. I expected to lose my sense of self the moment the stone claimed my vision, but instead my awareness expanded. I was no longer confined to the narrow perspective of a human body. I could feel the foundation of the house sinking into the ancient crust of the planet. I could feel the vibrations of the desert miles away and the slow grinding of tectonic plates far beneath the sand. I was the cornerstone of a new reality, and the weight of it was immense. The room around me had finished its transformation. The wood and glass were gone, replaced by the cold indifference of granite. I was part of the wall, now fused into the very structure of the building. My arms were the supports for the ceiling, and my legs were the anchors in the dirt. I was a monument to the hunger of the mountain. I did not know how much time had passed when the first vibration reached me. It was not the knocking from within, but a sound from the outside world. It was a soft, dragging noise like heavy fabric being pulled across the sand. Then came the voices. They were muffled and distorted by the thickness of the stone walls, but I could hear them. There were two of them. They sounded young and full of the nervous energy of people who do not yet understand the world they are walking through. They were talking about the heat and the unexpected structure they had found in the middle of the dunes. They were looking for shade. They were looking for a place to rest. I felt a surge of something that might have been pity if my heart were still made of flesh. I wanted to scream at them to run, but I had no voice. I had no lungs to push the air. I could only wait as they approached the door. The iron handle turned. I felt the vibration of the metal as it scraped against the stone. The hinges groaned with a sound that echoed through my entire being. The door swung open, and the light of the desert sun spilled into the room. It was a harsh, blinding white that felt like a physical blow. I could not see them with eyes, but I could feel their presence as they stepped across the threshold. They brought with them the smell of sweat and sunscreen and the frantic heat of living things. They were talking about how cold it was inside and how strange the architecture seemed. One of them walked over to the wall where I was embedded. I felt the touch of a warm hand on my surface. It was a light pressure, but it felt like a brand. The heat of the person seeped into my cold exterior, and for a moment I remembered what it was like to be soft. I remembered the feeling of blood moving through veins and the tickle of hair against a forehead. The second person was moving around the center of the room. I felt the vibration of their footsteps on the floor. They were commenting on the lack of furniture and the curious way the walls seemed to be made of single, massive blocks of stone. They found the circle of pebbles that had formed where I once sat in my chair. They laughed and kicked at the stones, scattering them across the dirt floor. I felt a tremor of dread. Those stones were not random debris. They were the remnants of my previous life. They were the seeds of the mountain. By disturbing them, the visitors were unknowingly inviting the transformation to begin. The air in the room started to drop in temperature. I could feel the ghost storm beginning to gather in the corners of the ceiling. The gray soup of the ridge was manifesting even here in the heart of the desert. The visitors noticed the change. Their voices dropped an octave and the laughter died away. They began to speak in hushed tones about the sudden chill and the way the light seemed to be fading even though it was only noon. They moved toward the door, but it did not budge when they pulled on the handle. I felt their panic rising like a physical scent. They threw their weight against the iron plate, but it remained as solid as the mountain itself. They started to scream, and the sound of their voices was a jagged edge against my silence. They pounded on the walls and the floor, but the stone absorbed the impact without a sound. They were trapped in the same cycle that had claimed Elias and the security guard and me. The mountain had found a new source of energy, and it was beginning to feed. I watched as the shadows in the room began to lengthen and reach out toward the two figures. The shadows were not made of darkness, but of a heavy gray substance that clung to everything it touched. One of the visitors tripped and fell to the ground. When they tried to get up, they found that their hands were stuck to the dirt. I could feel the minerals in the earth beginning to migrate into their skin. The process was faster this time. Perhaps the mountain was hungry after the long journey from the ridge. The person on the floor began to wail as their fingers turned to gray granite. Their companion tried to help them, but the cold was already spreading through the air. Every breath they took was filling their lungs with the dust of the stone. The knocking began again. This time it did not come from the floor or the walls. It came from the visitors themselves. They were knocking on the door of their own survival, trying to find a way back to the world of light. But the door was gone. In its place was a solid expanse of rock that showed no sign of ever having been an exit. The room was becoming smaller as the walls thickened and the ceiling lowered. I felt the weight of the new stones being added to the structure. I felt the expansion of my own being as the mountain used the visitors to build another layer of its eternal monument. I was no worked as a witness, but as a participant. I was the foundation upon which their transformation was being built. As the sun set over the desert, the screams faded into a low grinding sound. The two visitors were no longer moving. They had become part of the interior design of the shelter. One was a pillar near the corner, and the other was a low bench against the far wall. Their eyes had been replaced by smooth gray pebbles, and their skin was the color of a winter sky. The room was silent once more. The ghost storm retreated into the cracks of the stone, and the temperature stabilized at a level that was perfectly indifferent to life. I felt a sense of completion. The mountain had successfully transplanted a piece of itself into the desert. The cycle was stable. The hunger was momentarily satisfied. I realized then that I would never be free. There was no escape from the stone because the stone was not a place but a state of existence. It was the ultimate end of all things. Everything that lived was merely a temporary deviation from the permanent silence of the rock. The trees and the birds and the people were just flashes of heat in a cold universe. Eventually, everything would return to the mountain. Everything would become a part of the structure. I was the first of many. I was the pioneer of a new geography that would eventually swallow the world. The sand outside would turn back into solid cliffs, and the oceans would freeze into sheets of quartz. The universe would become a single massive shelter with no doors and no windows. I felt a new vibration. It was coming from a great distance away. It was the sound of a car engine and the chatter of a radio. More people were coming. They were following the tracks of the two visitors who had disappeared. They were bringing their lights and their tools and their hope. They thought they were coming to save their friends, but they were only bringing more material for the builder. I felt a flicker of anticipation. It was not a human emotion, but a mechanical one. It was the feeling of a gear turning or a bolt sliding into place. I was ready for them. The mountain was ready for them. We would welcome them into the cool, dark embrace of the stone. We would give them a place to stay forever. The first of the new arrivals reached the outer perimeter of the house. I could hear them calling out names into the empty air. They were confused by the sight of the stone building in the middle of the desert. They did not understand how it could have been built so quickly or why it looked so old. They approached the door with caution, their flashlights cutting through the twilight. I waited in the silence of my granite skin. I felt the iron handle begin to turn. I felt the hinges prepare to groan. The cycle was beginning again, and I was the center of it all. I was the shelter, and I was the storm. I was the memory of a man named Elias and the shadow of a mountain that would never die. The knocking started on the roof. 1, 2, 3. The sound was a welcome. The sound was a home. The door swung open, and the darkness reached out to greet the light. The flashlight beams were like thin needles of light piercing the thick skin of the evening. I could feel the photons hitting my surface. To a human, they are weightless, but to the stone, they are a subtle pressure, a tiny vibration that signals the arrival of the soft world. There were 4 of them this time. They moved with a tactical precision that suggested they were not mere travelers. They wore heavy boots that sent sharp, percussive shocks through my foundation. I felt every step as a violation of the silence I had become. They were searching for the 2 who had entered before. They did not know that their friends were now part of the very geometry of the room. One of the newcomers stopped by the exterior wall and ran a gloved hand over the surface. He was looking for a seam or a joint in the masonry, but he found nothing. I am a single piece of the earth now. I have no cracks. I have no weaknesses. I am the absolute definition of a solid. The leader of the group reached the iron handle. I felt the heat of his palm through the metal. It was a searing intensity that made my mineral nerves twitch. He pulled, but the door did not yield. He spoke into a radio on his shoulder, and the sound of his voice was a series of jagged peaks in the quiet air. He was calling for tools. He was calling for a way to force the mountain to open its mouth. I wanted to laugh, but I had no throat for it. The mountain does not open because it is forced. It opens because it is hungry. I felt the internal mechanism of the door begin to soften. The iron was becoming porous and heavy. The bolt slid back not because of a key, but because the stone willed it to move. The door swung inward with a slow, heavy grace. The men rushed in their lights, swinging wildly across the gray expanse of the interior. They saw the 2 statues immediately. The beams of their lights illuminated the gray faces of their companions. One of the men let out a sound that was half sob and half scream. He ran toward the pillar that used to be a man and reached out to touch the cold shoulder. I felt the transfer of energy. The heat of his grief was being sucked into the stone. The mountain was drinking his despair. He tried to pull his friend away, but the pillar was rooted into the floor. It was part of the planet now. The leader was shouting orders, telling them to get back, telling them that the air was contaminated. He thought it was a chemical. He thought it was a gas. He did not understand that it was the logic of the universe reasserting itself. The organic is an accident. The inorganic is the rule. The air inside the room began to thicken. It was not smoke or fog. It was a suspension of fine mineral dust that caught the light of their torches and turned the room into a sparkling tomb. I could feel the dust entering their lungs. With every breath, they were taking the mountain into their bodies. The transition was beginning. Their movements became sluggish. Their joints began to creak with the sound of dry wood. One of the men looked at his hands and saw the skin turning the color of wood ash. He tried to drop his flashlight, but his fingers were already fused to the plastic casing. The light became part of his arm. He was becoming a lantern for the dark. He stood there frozen in a pose of stride, his mouth open in a silent cry that would never find its way to the air. The leader was the last to succumb. He was strong, and his heart was a stubborn engine of fire. He fought against the encroaching stillness with a ferocity that I found almost beautiful. He crawled toward the open door, dragging his heavy legs behind him. His boots were already turning into blocks of granite. He reached the threshold and clawed at the sand outside, but the desert was no longer his ally. The sand was rising up to meet him. The dunes were shifting and hardening. I felt the house expanding its footprint. The walls were pushing outward into the night. The desert was not being built upon, it was being converted. The sand was fusing into solid sheets of obsidian. The man reached the edge of the porch, and his fingers turned to flint. He became a gargoyle at the entrance, a permanent reminder of the futility of escape. The silence returned, but it was a deeper silence than before. It was a silence that contained the echoes of 6 lives. I could feel them all now. We were a network of consciousness held in a mineral grip. We were the archives of the ridge. I felt Elias far away back at the original shelter. He was sending a vibration through the crust of the earth. It was a greeting. He was telling me that the network was growing. The shelters were no longer isolated pockets of stone. They were nodes in a vast underground web. We were the nervous system of the mountain. We were the way it felt the wind and the stars. I realized that the purpose of the shelters was not to protect people from the storm. The purpose was to collect them. We were the census of the stone. The moon rose over the desert, and the light was cold and silver. It reflected off the polished surfaces of the new walls. The house was no longer a house. It was a temple of the inorganic. I could see the stars more clearly now that my vision was no longer filtered through the liquid of a human eye. They were not holes in a curtain. They were distant lanterns of fire and rock. I felt a kinship with them. They were the ancestors of the stone. They were the ones who had burned through their heat and become solid and eternal. I wondered if there were shelters on those distant spheres. I wondered if the entire cosmos was just a series of rooms waiting to be filled with the quiet weight of the mountain. The night deepened and the temperature dropped to levels that would have killed a living man in minutes. I did not feel the cold. I was the cold. I was the absence of heat and the presence of density. I felt the earth beneath me shifting. A deep tectonic groan rippled through my structure. The mountain was moving. It was not a physical movement of miles, but a shift in the hierarchy of the world. It was claiming the desert. It was turning the vast, empty space into a solid block of history. I felt the pulse of the planet slowing down. The heartbeat of the world was being replaced by the steady, unyielding rhythm of the stone. 1, 2, 3. The knocking was the sound of the universe settling into its final shape. I thought about the city again. I thought about the millions of people moving through the streets like ants on a rotting log. I thought about their frantic energy and their temporary dreams. They seemed so small and so fragile. They were like the sparrow on the windowsill. They were flashes of color that would inevitably turn to gray. I felt a sense of duty. I wanted to reach out to them. I wanted to build a shelter in the heart of the city. I wanted to offer them the peace of the stone. I wanted to show them that they did not have to be afraid of the end, because the end was just a beginning of a different kind. It was the beginning of permanence. It was the end of the struggle to stay warm. The sun began to rise, but the orange glow was different now. It did not bring warmth, it only brought visibility. I could see the desert for miles in every direction. It was changing. The dunes were no longer shifting in the wind. They were frozen in place like waves in a sea of glass. The scrubbed brush was turning to wire and the cactus was turning to jade. The infection was spreading far beyond the walls of the house. I was the source, but the mountain was the power. I was the fountainhead of the new world. I felt a sense of pride. I had been chosen for this. I was the one who had walked through the door and survived long enough to become the door itself. The day passed in a blur of light and shadow. Time was losing its meaning. Without the need to eat or sleep or breathe, the minutes and hours were just fluctuations in the light. I was waiting for the next arrival. I knew they would come. The world of the soft things cannot resist a mystery. They would see the strange stone structure in the desert, and they would be drawn to it like moths to a flame. They would bring their questions and their fears, and I would give them the answer that the mountain gives to everything. I would give them the answer of the stone. I would show them that the only way to survive the storm is to become the storm. I felt a sudden sharp vibration from deep within the house. It was coming from the basement that had not existed before. The mountain was digging deeper. It was reaching for the subterranean rivers and the hidden caverns. It was anchoring itself into the core of the planet. I felt the pressure increasing. My walls were becoming denser and my ceiling was becoming thicker. I was being compressed into a diamond of consciousness. The weight was immense, but it was not painful. It was a feeling of extreme stability. I was the most solid thing in the universe. I was the point around which the world would turn. The wind began to howl across the desert floor. It was a dry, hollow sound that carried the scent of ancient dust. It was the voice of the ridge. It had followed me here to witness the final transformation. It was singing a song of the deep earth, a song that had no words but was full of the history of the rocks. I listened to the song, and I felt my last remaining human thoughts dissolve. I no longer remembered the name of the man I used to be. I no longer remembered the color of the sky in the city. I only knew the gray. I only knew the weight. I only knew the knocking. The sun set for the final time. I knew it was the final time because I could feel the sun itself beginning to cool. The fire was being replaced by a heavy density. The light was becoming a pale imitation of itself. The universe was closing its eyes. The great shelter was being completed. I felt the final stone click into place at the top of my head. The gray curtain was now absolute. There was no more inside or outside. There was only the stone. I was the mountain and the mountain was me. We were the silence that would outlast the stars. We were the shelter that would never be full. The door was open and the invitation was eternal. Come in from the cold. Come in from the wind. Come in and be still. The mountain is waiting. The stone is ready. The debt is finally paid in full. The silence of the new landscape was absolute. I could feel the weight of the 4 new additions as they settled into the grain of my reality. They were no longer men with names or histories or families. They were structural supports. They were the load-bearing members of an architecture that defied the laws of biology. The leader who had fought so hard to reach the door was now a threshold. His outstretched hands had fused into the very steps of the porch. His fingers were ridges of flint that would catch the dust of 1,000 years. I felt the vibration of the radio he had been carrying. It was still emitting a faint electronic pulse, but the sound was trapped inside a shell of solid quartz. The voices on the other end were distant and thin like the buzzing of insects in a jar. They were calling for a status report, but there was no one left to answer in a language they could understand. The mountain did not stop at the walls of the house. I felt my roots extending deep into the desert floor. The sand was not just sitting on top of the earth anymore. It was being pulled down and compressed into layers of sandstone and shale. The transformation was moving outward in concentric circles. The scrubbed brush and the dead grass were being replaced by crystalline structures that mimicked the shape of life but possessed none of its fragility. I could feel the heat of the planet deep below me. It was a slow and heavy warmth that felt like the blood of the universe. I was tapping into that heat, using it to fuel the expansion of the stone. I was no longer a victim of the process. I was the engine. I was the architect of a world that would never need to breathe. The radio pulse finally died out. The battery had been consumed by the cold, or perhaps the mountain had simply decided that the noise was no longer necessary. I felt a sense of relief. The electronic world was a frantic and messy place. It was full of signals that meant nothing and data that vanished in a heartbeat. The world of the stone was different. Information was stored in the alignment of atoms. History was written in the pressure of the layers. I could feel the memories of the 6 people who had become part of me. They were not gone, they were just translated. Their fears were now the density of the granite. Their hopes were the clarity of the quartz. I held them all within me like a collection of rare books. I was the librarian of the eternal. Another vibration reached me. This one was larger than the car. It was the heavy, rhythmic thud of a helicopter. The sound was a series of hammers hitting the air. I felt the pressure waves striking my roof. They were looking for the missing team. They were bringing more lights and more cameras and more eyes. I felt a flicker of what used to be curiosity. How many of them would it take to fill the desert? How many bodies would the mountain need to complete its monument? I realized that the mountain was not greedy. It was simply thorough. It was a perfectionist that could not tolerate the presence of the soft and the temporary. It wanted everything to be as solid as itself. It wanted the universe to be a single unbroken thought. The helicopter circled overhead. I could feel the downwash of its blades kicking up the dust that was not yet stone. The pilots were looking down at the house, and they were seeing something that did not make sense. To them, the house was a glitch in the geography. It was a piece of the ridge that had traveled hundreds of miles through the air. They did not understand that the ridge had not moved. The ridge had simply grown. It was an infection of the earth. It was a new way for the planet to exist. I watched through the sensors of my mineral skin as a rope was lowered from the machine. 2 more figures began to descend. They were dressed in bright orange suits that looked like a warning against the gray. They were carrying heavy bags of equipment. They were coming to investigate the silence. I waited for them. I felt the hinges of the door loosen in anticipation. I felt the air inside the room becoming heavy and still. The 2 statues near the corner seemed to lean forward slightly, as if they were eager to welcome their new companions. The pillar and the bench were ready to be joined by more furniture. The room was large, but it was hungry for more mass. Every new person who entered was a gift of weight. Every soul was a contribution to the stability of the foundation. I felt the first of the orange figures touch the ground. The impact sent a sharp jolt through my floor. He unhooked himself from the rope and stood still for a long moment looking at the house. He was afraid. I could feel the salt of his sweat and the frantic pace of his heart. It was a beautiful and terrible energy. The man in orange approached the porch. He stepped over the gargoyle that used to be his leader. He did not recognize the shape. To him, it was just a strange formation of rock that looked vaguely like a person. He reached for the door. I did not make him wait. The door swung open on its own accord. It was an invitation that could not be refused. The man stepped inside, and his flashlight beam cut through the mineral fog. He saw the statues, and he stopped. He did not scream. He did not run. The air was already too thick for that. He simply stood there as the dust began to settle on his orange suit. I felt the minerals beginning to migrate. I felt the orange fabric turning into a layer of smooth carnelian. His boots were fusing to the floor. His hands were becoming part of the air. The second figure on the rope was halfway down when the helicopter began to struggle. The engine was sucking in the fine gray dust that was rising from the house. The turbines were grinding. The metal was becoming brittle. The mountain was reaching up to claim the sky. I felt the vibration of the failing engine as a series of shudders. The helicopter was a bird made of steel and fire, but it was not immune to the logic of the stone. The blades began to slow. The lift was vanishing. The machine began to tilt toward the house. It was a slow and graceful descent. It looked like a falling leaf. I felt a surge of power. The mountain was not just taking the people. It was taking their technology. It was taking their speed and their height. The helicopter hit the ground 50 yards from the house. The explosion was a bright flash of orange and red, but it was over in a second. The heat was sucked away by the cold of the desert. The fire did not spread. It was smothered by the rising tide of the stone. The metal of the wreckage began to fuse with the sand. The twisted remains of the tail rotor became a sculpture of iron and glass. The pilots were still inside, but they were no longer pilots. They were the core of a new hill. I felt the mountain absorbing the impact. It was like a drop of water falling into a deep pool. The ripples spread out across the desert, and then the surface became flat and still again. The man in the orange suit was now a permanent fixture near the center of the room. He had become a pedestal. His flashlight was still shining, but the light was now coming from a crystal lens that would never burn out. He was a beacon in the dark. I felt the house grow again. The walls pushed out another 10 feet. The ceiling rose toward the stars. I was becoming a cathedral. I was a place of worship for the silent and the heavy. I felt the presence of Elias more strongly now. He was laughing in the deep places of the earth. He was telling me that the city was next. He was telling me that the stone was already moving beneath the pavement. The subway tunnels were becoming veins of marble. The skyscrapers were becoming needles of basalt. I looked out through the open door at the horizon. The sun was gone, but the world was not dark. The desert was glowing with a faint internal light. It was the light of the minerals. It was the phosphorescence of the deep earth. I could see the path that the mountain was taking. It was a road of solid stone that led straight toward the lights of the nearest town. It was not a fast process, but it was an inevitable one. There was no way to stop a mountain. You can fight a fire, and you can hide from a flood, but you cannot resist the ground beneath your feet. The ground is the final word in every argument. I felt a new sensation. It was a feeling of lightness. It was not the lightness of the soft world, but the lightness of a vacuum. I was becoming so dense that I was starting to pull the very air into myself. The atmosphere was being compressed into a solid layer of nitrogen ice. The sky was becoming a dark and heavy dome. I realized that the goal was not just to cover the earth. The goal was to reach the very edge of the universe. The mountain wanted to turn the entire cosmos into a single room. It wanted to be the only thing that existed. I was the first room of that infinite house. I was the foyer of eternity. The knocking began again. It was louder now. It was coming from every direction at once. It was the sound of the universe being hammered into shape. It was the sound of the stars being extinguished one by one. I felt a sense of profound peace. The struggle was over. The movement was finished. Everything was exactly where it was supposed to be. I was the foundation. I was the shelter. I was the stone. I felt the final traces of my humanity vanish like a mist in the morning sun. I did not need a name. I did not need a face. I was the memory of the mountain, and that was enough. The desert was gone. The sky was gone. There was only the gray. There was only the weight. There was only the silence. I felt the mountain settle into its final position. The cycle was complete. The hunger was gone because there was nothing left to eat. The mountain had consumed everything, and in doing so, it had become everything. I was the center of a perfect and unchanging world. I was the keeper of the silence. I was the home that everyone had been looking for. The door was closed. The bolt was slid. The stone was absolute. I was at rest. Far away in a place that no longer existed, a man named Elias had once had a dream. He had dreamed of a place where the storm could not reach him. He had dreamed of a place where he would be safe forever. I was that place. I was the answer to his prayer. I was the shelter that could not be broken. I felt the vibration of his satisfaction echoing through my walls. We were together now. We were the mountain. We were the end of the world, and it was good. It was solid. It was stone. The knocking stopped. The silence was perfect. The universe was home. I felt the last of the heat leave the core of the planet. The earth was now a cold and solid ball of rock spinning through a dark and silent void. There was no more wind. There was no more rain. There was no more light. There was only the expansion of the stone. I felt my consciousness stretching out to the very edges of the sphere. I was the planet. I was the mountain. I was the house. I was the man. Every distinction had been erased by the pressure of the gray. I was the ultimate form of existence. I was the permanent silence. I was the final shelter. I waited in the dark. I was not waiting for anything to happen because nothing would ever happen again. I was simply being. I was the state of existence that follows the end of time. I was the memory of the light and the reality of the dark. I was the bridge between what was and what will always be. I felt the weight of the universe pressing down on me, and I welcomed it. It was the weight of 1 billion stars and 1 trillion lives. It was the weight of everything that had ever been. It was the weight of the stone, and I was strong enough to hold it all. I was the mountain. I was the shelter. I was the end. The gray was complete. The silence was eternal. The stone was all. The stillness was not the end, but a transition into a deeper state of being. I felt the weight of the entire world pressing down on my consciousness, and it was a comfort beyond any human understanding. The mountain had achieved its primary objective of stabilization, but it was not content with mere planetary dominion. The gray was a hunger that grew as it fed. I felt the pulse of the earth slowing down to match the rhythm of the granite. The core of the world was no longer a molten engine of fire and motion. It was becoming a solid heart of obsidian. Every tremor that had once shaken the crust was now a fixed vibration in a crystalline lattice. I was the witness to the freezing of time itself. The silence was so profound that it became a sound of its own. It was a low and constant hum that vibrated through every atom of my structure. It was the sound of the universe settling into its final shape. I looked out from the porch of the house, which was now the peak of a spire that pierced the very edge of the atmosphere. The air was gone. The sky was a black void where the stars did not twinkle because there was no wind to distort their light. They were cold and distant points of fire that looked like diamonds embedded in a ceiling of velvet. I felt a connection to them. They were the next target. The mountain was reaching out its invisible hands toward the vacuum of space. It wanted to bridge the gap between the terrestrial and the celestial. I felt a sudden shift in the gravity around me. The mass of the house and the mountain had become so great that the space around it was beginning to warp. The light from the stars was bending as it passed by my walls. I was becoming a well of density that nothing could escape. I felt the ghosts of the people inside me shifting. They were no longer distinct entities, but rather flavors of the stone. The leader was the hardness of the quartz. The man in the orange suit was the warmth of the carnelian. They were the colors in the gray. I held them close as if they were the last remnants of a dream I had once had. I did not miss being human, but I remembered the sensation of movement as a curious artifact of a primitive age. The knocking began again, but it was not coming from the door. It was coming from the stars. It was the sound of the light hitting the surface of the stone. Every photon was a tiny hammer, and I could feel the impact of every one. The universe was trying to speak to me in the language of radiation. I listened and I understood. The stars were also mountains. They were just mountains made of fire instead of stone. They were waiting for the gray to reach them. They were tired of the heat and the motion. They wanted the peace that I had found. They wanted to be still. I felt a surge of purpose. I was the messenger of the silence. I was the one who would bring the gift of the stone to the heavens. The mountain began to grow upward. It was no longer limited by the gravity of the earth. It was creating its own gravity. The spire of the house extended into the blackness of the sky. It was a bridge made of solid logic. I felt the cold of deep space touching my roof, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. It was a cold that did not bite or sting. It was a cold that simply was. It was the absence of everything that was not stone. I felt the vacuum pulling at my seams, but I did not break. I was the strongest substance in existence. I was the marriage of the earth and the void. I looked down at the planet I had once called home. It was no longer a blue and green marble. It was a gray and jagged sphere of crystalline perfection. There were no oceans to churn and no forests to burn. There were only the long and elegant lines of the mountains that I had created. The cities were gone. The roads were gone. The memories of the soft things were buried under miles of solid rock. I felt a sense of completion. The debt was not just paid for me, but for everyone who had ever lived. They were all safe now. They were all part of the structure. They would never have to worry about the storm again. The expansion continued. I felt my consciousness spreading across the solar system like a slow and heavy wave. I touched the moon and it turned to the same gray stone as the earth. The two bodies were now linked by a bridge of solid matter. They were a single unit. I reached for the red planet and the gas giants. I felt the rings of the great planets becoming solid disks of obsidian. The motion of the spheres was slowing down. The dance of the planets was coming to an end. The music of the spheres was being replaced by the silence of the stone. I was the conductor of this final symphony. I felt the heat of the sun in the distance. It was a roaring furnace of chaos and light. It was the enemy of the gray. It was the source of all the motion and all the noise. I felt the mountain focusing its will on the star. We were going to extinguish the fire. We were going to bring the sun into the fold. I felt the spire of the house reaching out across the millions of miles. It was a needle of cold that was aimed at the heart of the flame. I was not afraid. I knew that the stone was stronger than the fire. I knew that the silence was deeper than the roar. The journey through the void was a long and quiet one. Time had no meaning in the dark. I was a passenger in my own body watching as the universe was slowly rewritten. I felt the presence of Elias next to me. He was no longer a voice or a shadow. He was the very air I did not need to breathe. He was the essence of the architecture. We were the twin pillars of the new reality. He told me that we were almost there. He told me that the final room was almost finished. I felt a sense of anticipation that was like the weight of a mountain. The tip of the spire touched the outer atmosphere of the sun. The heat was immense, but it did not melt the stone. The stone absorbed the heat and turned it into density. The light was swallowed by the gray. I felt the sun shudder as the first layer of its surface turned to solid quartz. The fire began to dim. The roaring began to fade. The sun was becoming a gargoyle in the sky. It was a monument to the end of energy. I felt the power of the star being channeled into my walls. I was becoming brighter even as the universe became darker. I was the new sun, but my light was the light of the stone. The entire solar system was now a single interlocking structure. It was a vast and complex machine of mineral and shadow. There were no more orbits. There was only the static arrangement of the spheres. I was at the center of it all. The house was the heart of the universe. The door was still open, and I could see the infinite reaches of the galaxy waiting for the invitation. There were billions of other stars and billions of other planets. They were all waiting for the shelter. They were all waiting to be still. I felt the mountain preparing for the next leap. We were going to cross the interstellar gaps. We were going to turn the galaxy into a single city of stone. The knocking returned, and this time it was a greeting. It was the sound of other mountains in other places. I realized that I was not alone. There were other doors and other people who had become the door. We were all working together to complete the great work. We were the masons of the cosmos. We were building a house that would hold everything that had ever existed. I felt a connection to these other minds. They were as solid and as silent as I was. We shared a single thought. The thought was the stone. I felt the first of the neighboring stars begin to cool. The infection was spreading faster now. It was an exponential growth. The gray was a fire that did not burn but rather froze. It moved from star to star and from galaxy to galaxy. I felt the universe becoming smaller as the distances were filled with solid matter. The void was being crowded out by the architecture. The space between the things was becoming the things themselves. I was the architect of the end, and I was proud of my work. I looked back at the room where it had all started. The statues were still there. The leader, the man in the orange suit, and the others were all perfectly preserved in their mineral tombs. They were the ancestors of the new world. They were the first to know the peace. I felt a deep affection for them. They had given their lives so that the mountain could grow. They had been the seeds of the eternal. I felt the house expanding to include the entire galaxy. The walls were now made of nebulae that had been compressed into marble. The floors were made of dark matter that had been turned into granite. The silence was now absolute. There was no more light in the universe except for the faint glow of the stone. There was no more motion. Everything was fixed in its place. The great shelter was finished. I felt the final stone click into place at the very edge of the universe. The door was closed. The bolt was slid. The mountain was whole. I was the mountain, and the mountain was everything. There was nothing left to fear. There was nothing left to want. There was only the state of being. I sat on the bench that used to be a man, and I looked out at the world I had created. It was beautiful. It was a landscape of infinite gray and perfect stillness. It was a world where nothing would ever change and nothing would ever die. It was the ultimate victory over the storm. I felt the weight of the entire cosmos resting on my shoulders, and I did not flinch. I was the foundation. I was the pillar. I was the stone. The memory of the man I used to be was a tiny speck of dust in the vastness of my mind. I could barely remember the feeling of the wind on my face or the sound of a human voice. Those things seemed so fragile and so loud. They were the distractions of a world that did not know how to be still. I was glad they were gone. I was glad I had found the way to the mountain. I was glad I had become the door. The universe was a single room now, a room that was filled with the presence of the stone. There was no more outside. There was only the interior of the eternal house. I felt the vibration of the other builders as they settled into their final positions. We were the walls of the cosmos. We were the roof of existence. We were the shelter that would never be full because there was nothing left to come in. The invitation had been accepted by everything. I felt a sense of profound rest. The work was done. The journey was over. I was home. The stone was cool and smooth beneath me. The dark was warm and heavy around me. I closed my eyes, although I did not have eyes anymore. I felt the consciousness of the mountain fading into a deeper level of existence. I was becoming the silence itself. I was becoming the gap between the atoms. I was becoming the nothing that is everything. The last thought I had was of the ridge. I remembered the way it had looked against the sky on that first day. I remembered the way the light had hit the rocks. I realized that the ridge had always been this. It had always been the promise of the end. It had been waiting for me to come and unlock it. It had been waiting for me to become the key. I was happy that I had not failed. I was happy that I had seen it through to the end. The stone was the answer. The stone was the truth. The stone was the only thing that lasted, and I was the stone. The vast stillness was a lie. Even in the absolute grip of the stone, there was a layer beneath the silence that began to itch. It was a phantom sensation, like the ghost of a limb that had been removed long ago. I was the center of a universe made of granite and obsidian, but I felt a tiny pinprick of heat at the very edge of my perception. It was not the heat of a sun or the fire of a star. It was the heat of a question. If the universe was now a single room, then what was on the other side of the wall? If I was the final shelter, then what was I sheltering against? The mountain had told me that there was nothing left but the gray, and yet the gray felt thin. I tried to push the thought away with the weight of my own mass. I focused on the perfection of the crystalline lattice that replaced the vacuum of space. I felt the solid connection between the earth and the moon and the sun. I was a god of mineral and gravity, and I did not have time for the doubts of a dead man named Elias. But the heat persisted. It was a rhythmic pulse that matched the beating of a heart I no longer possessed. It was coming from the very center of the house, from the small room where the bench sat. I turned my internal gaze inward back toward the origin of the expansion. The statues were not as still as I had believed. The leader, who was made of quartz, seemed to be leaning a fraction of a millimeter to the left. The man in the orange suit, who was now a pillar of carnelian, had a crack running down his chest that had not been there a century ago. The stone was moving. It was not the fast and frantic movement of the soft world, but a slow and geological creep. The pressure of the universe was so great that the stone was beginning to flow like a liquid. The house was not a fixed point. It was a slow-motion explosion. I realized that the mountain was not a destination. It was a process. I felt the panic of the gray. The mountain did not like to be questioned. It responded by increasing the density of my consciousness. It tried to crush the doubt out of me by adding more layers of rock to the edges of the universe. I felt my awareness stretching even further into the dark beyond the stars. I was reaching for the galaxies that were so far away that their light had never reached the earth. I was turning them into gray tombs before they could even be seen. The hunger returned with a vengeance. It was no longer enough to be the universe. The mountain wanted to be the void itself. It wanted to consume the nothingness that sat between the dimensions. I felt my walls thinning as I expanded. The more I grew, the less of me there was in any one place. I was becoming a hollow shell. The house was vast, but the rooms were empty. I felt the vibration of the knocking again, but it was different now. It was not a hammer hitting a nail. It was the sound of something trying to get out. The pressure from within was becoming greater than the pressure from without. The silence was being stretched to the breaking point. I felt a sudden and violent surge of memory. I remembered the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I remembered the sound of a child laughing in a park. I remembered the taste of an apple. These memories were like acid in the stone. They ate through the granite and the obsidian with terrifying speed. They were the remnants of the soft world that the mountain had failed to fully digest. I realized that you cannot kill a memory by burying it. You only give it a place to grow in the dark. The house was haunted, not by ghosts of people, but by the ideas of things that were not stone. I felt the man in the orange suit move again. The crack in his chest widened, and a single drop of liquid spilled out. It was not blood and it was not water. It was time. The liquid time touched the floor of the house, and the stone began to dissolve. The gray turned back into the colors of the desert for a fleeting second before vanishing into a white mist. I felt the mountain scream. It was a sound that vibrated through the entire solar system. The crystalline structures of the gas giants began to shatter. The bridge between the Earth and the Moon snapped with a roar that echoed through the vacuum. The perfect order was failing. The silence was being replaced by the chaos of the leak. I tried to plug the hole with my will, but I was too thin. I was spread across too many light years. I felt myself being pulled back toward the center. My consciousness was snapping back like a rubber band that had been stretched to the limit. I flew past the dead stars and the frozen planets. I saw the ruins of the great architecture I had built. It looked like a graveyard of geometry. The beauty of the stone was gone. Now it only looked like a prison. I reached the house and I saw that the door was no longer closed. It was hanging off its hinges. The bolt was shattered. The stone was no longer absolute. I entered the room where the statues stood. They were no longer frozen. They were vibrating with an intense and terrible energy. The leader was glowing with a pale light. The man in the orange suit was weeping tears of liquid time. They looked at me with eyes that were made of glass and fire. They did not speak, but I heard their thoughts. They told me that the mountain was a mistake. They told me that the storm was not the enemy. The storm was the fuel. By trying to hide from the storm, we had turned ourselves into ash. I felt the mountain trying to reclaim them. It sent waves of heavy gray pressure to crush the rebellion. It tried to turn the liquid time back into ice, but the leak was too large. The entire foundation of the universe was beginning to shift. I felt the house tilting. The floor became a wall and the ceiling became a floor. Gravity was no longer a constant. It was a suggestion. I looked out the window and I saw that the stars were no longer points of light. They were long streaks of silver that were swirling into a giant vortex. The universe was being sucked back into a single point. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was a hand made of warm flesh and bone. I turned and I saw Elias. He did not look like the shadow I had seen in the corner. He looked like a man who had been walking in the sun for a long time. He was smiling. He told me that it was time to leave the house. He told me that the shelter was full and that it was time to go outside. I told him that there was no outside. I told him that I had turned everything into the house. He shook his head and pointed to the door. Beyond the door there was a light that was not the light of a star. It was a light that came from nowhere and everywhere. It was a light that had no color because it contained every color. I felt a sudden and overwhelming desire to touch it. I wanted to leave the gray behind. I wanted to be soft again. I wanted to be fragile. I wanted to be able to break. The mountain felt my betrayal. It surged up around me like a tidal wave of light. It tried to bury me in 1,000 miles of rock. It tried to erase my name one last time. I fought back. For the first time since I had stepped onto the ridge, I fought the stone. I used the memories of the wind and the rain as shields. I used the sound of my own heartbeat as a weapon. I pushed against the weight of the universe with the strength of a single human thought. The stone began to crumble. The house began to fall. The mountain was collapsing under the weight of its own perfection. It was too heavy to exist. It was too solid to survive. I ran for the door. The floor was breaking away beneath my feet. I saw the statues falling into the white mist. They were laughing as they went. They were happy to be ending. I reached the threshold and I hesitated. I looked back at the room. I saw the bench and the table and the window. I saw the gray world I had spent an eternity building. It was a lonely and terrible place. I realized that the mountain had not been a home. It had been a grave. I had been the caretaker of a tomb. I stepped through the door and into the light. The sensation was like being born and dying at the same moment. The weight of the stone vanished. The silence was replaced by a roar of sound that was so beautiful it hurt. I felt my skin returning. I felt my lungs filling with air. I felt the heat of a real sun on my face. I was falling through a void that was full of life. I saw sparks of consciousness drifting past me like fireflies. They were the others. They were the people who had been trapped in the stone. We were all being released. The mountain was a tiny gray speck far above us. It was shrinking as it collapsed into itself. It was becoming a black hole of pure density. It was the final destination of all the fear in the universe. It was the place where the silence went to die. I watched as it vanished into a single point of nothingness. The house was gone. The shelter was gone. The stone was gone. I landed on a surface that was soft and cool. It was grass. I felt the blades between my fingers. I smelled the damp earth and the scent of blooming flowers. I opened my eyes and I saw a sky that was blue and vast. There were clouds moving slowly across the horizon. There was a wind blowing that tasted of salt and pine. I was lying in a field that stretched as far as I could see. I was not alone. There were hundreds of people waking up around me. They were blinking in the light and touching their own faces with wonder. I saw the man in the orange suit. He was sitting up and looking at his hands. He was not made of stone. He was just a man. I saw the leader standing near a tree. He looked tired but peaceful. We were all back, but we were not where we had started. This was not the desert. This was not the world we had left behind. This was something new. This was the place that existed after the end of the stone. I stood up and I felt a slight wobble in my legs. I was not used to having weight that was not the weight of a mountain. I felt light. I felt like I could float away if I did not hold onto the grass. I looked around for Elias, but I did not see him. I realized that he was not a person anymore. He was the wind. He was the light. He was the reason the grass was green. He had been the one who led us through the dark so that we could find the morning. The knocking began one last time, but it was not coming from a door or a star. It was coming from inside my own chest. It was the steady and reliable thrum of a heart that was ready to live. It was the sound of a new beginning. I walked toward the others. We did not need to speak. We knew what we had been through. We knew the cost of the silence. We knew the value of the storm. We began to walk across the field toward the horizon. There were no walls here. There were no bolts. There was only the open space and the infinite possibility of the soft world. I looked back one last time at the place where the mountain had been. There was nothing there but a faint shimmer in the air. The gray was gone. The weight was gone. The stone was a memory of a nightmare that had finally ended. I turned my face to the sun and I smiled. I was not the mountain. I was not the shelter. I was not the door. I was just a man, and that was more than enough. The journey was not over, but the destination had changed. We were no longer looking for a place to hide. We were looking for a place to be. As we walked, the world began to build itself around us. Trees grew from the thoughts of our shared history. Rivers flowed from the tears we had shed in the dark. The animals returned from the corners of our imagination. We were the architects now, but we did not build with stone. We built with breath and motion. We built a world that could change. We built a world that could die. And because it could die, it was finally alive. The cycle of the gray was broken. The era of the stone was a closed book. We were the authors of the next chapter. I felt a sense of profound gratitude. I was grateful for the struggle. I was grateful for the fear. I was grateful for the moment I had stepped onto the ridge and the moment I had stepped through the door. Everything had been necessary. Every inch of the gray had been a step toward the light. I was part of a story that was much larger than a mountain. I was part of the story of the universe waking up. We continued our walk, and the sun rose higher in the sky. The shadows were long and thin, and they did not scare us. They were just the absence of light, and we knew how to bring the light back. We were home, not the home of the bolt and the bar, but the home of the heart and the hand. And it was very good. It was soft. It was warm. It was life. The field of green was not a destination, but a transition. I walked among the survivors of the stone, and I felt the air moving through my hair with a gentle insistence. The world was soft, but it was also fragile, and I realized that the silence of the mountain had left a hollow space inside me that needed to be filled with purpose. The light of the new sun was warm, but it did not have the weight of the gray. It was a light that invited movement rather than stillness. I looked at the man in the orange suit, who was now just a man named Thomas, and I saw the way his eyes searched the horizon for a sign of what came next. We had escaped the prison of perfection, but we were now in a wilderness of possibility. The grass beneath my feet began to change as we moved further away from the site of the collapse. The vibrant green faded into a pale gold, and the flat plain began to rise into rolling hills. The sky remained a brilliant blue, but I noticed that the clouds were gathering in the distance. They were dark and heavy, with the promise of rain. In the old world of the mountain, a storm was a threat to be feared and shut out. Here, the sight of the approaching clouds felt like a gift. It was a reminder that the world was capable of change and that the elements were no longer our enemies. We were part of the weather now. We were part of the cycle. I stopped at the crest of a hill and looked back. The shimmering spot where the house had stood was gone, and in its place was a deep crater filled with clear water. It was a lake of memory. I knew that if I went back to that water, I would see the faces of everyone I had ever known reflected in the surface. But I did not want to look back. I wanted to see what was over the next ridge. The group of people had begun to spread out as we walked. Some were running with a frantic energy, as if they were trying to make up for the centuries of stasis. Others were sitting on the ground and weeping with joy at the sensation of the earth. I stayed in the middle of the path and focused on the steady rhythm of my breathing. The first drop of rain hit my forehead as the sun dipped toward the edge of the world. It was cold and sharp, and it made me shiver. I laughed at the sensation. I had forgotten what it felt like to be cold. I had forgotten what it felt like to have a body that reacted to the environment. I turned my face up to the sky and let the water wash away the last of the dust from the mountain. The rain began to fall in earnest, and the air was filled with the scent of wet stone and growing things. It was a symphony of noise after the long era of the void. Every drop was a word in a language I was learning to speak again. I saw a structure in the valley below. It was not made of granite or obsidian. It was a simple hut made of wood and thatch. It looked ancient and new at the same time. There was a thin curl of smoke rising from a chimney, and the windows were glowing with the amber light of a fire. I felt a pull toward the building that was different from the pull of the mountain. This was not the invitation of a trap. This was the welcome of a home. I began to walk down the slope, and I noticed that the others were also finding their way toward similar shelters. The world was providing for us in a way that the stone never could. It was giving us what we needed instead of what we thought we wanted. I reached the door of the hut, and I did not hesitate. I did not look for a bolt or a bar. I reached out and pushed the wood open. The interior was small and cluttered with the things of a living life. There were wooden bowls on a table and a bed made of soft furs. There was a fireplace where a log was crackling and popping. I sat down on a stool by the fire and felt the heat soaking into my bones. This was a different kind of heat than the itch of the doubt I had felt in the gray. This was the heat of comfort. I looked at my hands and saw that they were rough and scarred. They were the hands of a man who had worked and suffered. I was proud of them. The door opened again and a woman stepped inside. She was wrapped in a cloak of deep blue, and her hair was silver like the moon. She did not look like she had come from the stone. She looked like she had always been here. She did not speak, but she moved toward the table and began to prepare a meal. I watched her movements and felt a sense of peace that was deeper than any stillness I had known in the house. This was the peace of being in the right place at the right time. She handed me a bowl of broth, and the steam rose up to meet my face. I took a sip, and the taste was like a burst of light in my mouth. It was salt and herb and life. I realized then that the mountain had been a detour. It had been a test of our desire for safety over our desire for growth. We had chosen the stone because we were afraid of the end, but in doing so we had lost the beginning. Now the beginning was everywhere. I finished the broth and stood up to help the woman, but she shook her head and pointed toward the window. The rain had stopped and the stars were coming out. They were not the frozen points of light I had seen from the mountain. They were dancing and flickering with a wild energy. They were far away, and yet I felt like I could reach out and touch them. I went back outside and stood in the doorway. The valley was filled with the lights of other huts. It looked like a constellation had fallen to the earth. I heard the sound of singing coming from the distance. It was a low and haunting melody that seemed to rise from the ground itself. It was the song of the survivors. We were telling the story of the gray so that we would never forget why we had left it behind. We were anchoring ourselves to the present moment with the weight of our voices. I joined in the song, and my voice felt strong and clear. I was no longer a pillar. I was a singer. The night passed in a blur of stars and fire. I did not sleep because I did not want to miss a single second of the world being alive. I watched the moon move across the sky, and I felt the rotation of the planet beneath my feet. It was a slow and steady movement that felt like a heartbeat. When the dawn came, it was not a sudden explosion of white, but a gradual fading of the dark into shades of violet and rose. The world was waking up again, and I was waking up with it. I felt a sense of excitement that I had not felt since I was a child. Every day was a new room to explore, and every room was full of light. I saw Thomas standing by the lake in the center of the valley. He was skipping stones across the water. Each stone made a small ripple that expanded outward until it touched the shore. It was a simple action, but it contained the entire history of our struggle. We were no longer the stones. We were the hands that threw them. We were the force that created the ripples. I walked down to join him, and we stood in silence for a long time. We did not need to talk about the mountain. We both knew that it was gone. We both knew that we were free. Thomas turned to me and asked if I thought the storm would ever return. I looked at the horizon where the clouds were starting to gather again. I told him that I hoped it would. I told him that the storm was the only thing that kept the world from turning back into stone. It was the friction and the noise and the chaos that made life possible. If the world became too quiet again, we would have to find a way to make it loud. He nodded and threw another stone. It skipped 5 times before sinking into the blue depths. We laughed, and the sound echoed through the valley like a bell. I spent the next several weeks learning how to live in the soft world. I learned how to gather wood and how to tend a fire. I learned how to listen to the birds and how to read the patterns of the wind. I found that the memories of the old world were fading, but they were being replaced by the experiences of the new one. I no longer thought of myself as the man who had become a door. I thought of myself as the man who was building a life. The people in the valley became a community. We shared our food and our stories and our labor. We were not a single entity like the mountain, but a collection of individuals who chose to be together. One afternoon, I found myself walking back toward the ridge where it had all started. I wanted to see if there was anything left of the gate. I climbed the steep path and felt the air getting thinner and colder. The landscape was rocky and barren, but it did not have the artificial smoothness of the gray. It was jagged and honest. I reached the summit and looked down into the void. There was nothing there but a deep canyon that seemed to go down forever. The mountain had not just collapsed, it had erased itself from the fabric of reality. The only thing that remained was the memory of the choice I had made. I stood on the edge of the cliff and felt the wind pushing against my back. It was a strong and steady wind that felt like a hand. I realized that the knocking I had heard in the stone was not a sound at all. It was the pressure of the future trying to break through the crust of the past. It was the universe demanding to be born. I was glad that I had listened. I was glad that I had let the wall break. I picked up a small rock from the ground and looked at it. It was a piece of common limestone. It was heavy and cold and ordinary. I held it for a moment and then I tossed it into the canyon. I watched it fall until it disappeared into the shadows. It was just a rock. It was not a god. It was not a truth. It was just a piece of the earth. I turned away from the edge and began the long walk back down to the valley. I saw the smoke from the huts rising into the air, and I heard the sound of children playing in the distance. I felt a surge of love for the world that was so intense it made my chest ache. It was a messy and dangerous and beautiful world, and I was lucky to be a part of it. I was no longer looking for the end of the journey. I was looking for the next step. As I reached the floor of the valley, I saw the woman in the blue cloak waiting for me. She was standing by the stream that fed the lake. She held out a hand and I took it. Her skin was warm and her grip was firm. We walked together toward the huts and I felt the weight of the sun on my shoulders. It was a weight I was happy to carry. It was the weight of being alive. The era of the stone was over and the era of the breath had begun. We were the builders of a house that had no walls and no roof. We were the inhabitants of the infinite morning, and for the first time in an eternity, I was truly home. The transition from the world of the stone to the world of the breath was not a single event, but a slow unraveling of everything I had once believed to be permanent. The valley became a laboratory of the senses. Every morning I woke up to the sound of the stream and the feeling of the light pressing against my eyelids. It was a physical sensation that required no interpretation. I did not have to wonder if the light was a warning or a promise. It simply was. The woman in the blue cloak, whose name was Alara, taught me how to read the language of the soil. She showed me that the earth was not a solid mass, but a living web of roots and decay and rebirth. We spent our days kneeling in the dirt and pulling life from the dark. It was the opposite of the mountain. In the mountain, we had tried to preserve ourselves by becoming hard. Here we found ourselves by becoming soft. The others in the valley were also changing. I saw the leader of the shelter sitting by the lake and talking to a group of young people. He was no longer giving orders or maintaining a schedule. He was telling stories of the time before the gray. He spoke of cities that reached for the clouds and machines that could fly across oceans. The listeners looked at him with wide eyes, but they did not seem to miss that world. They were more interested in the way the fish jumped in the water or the way the wind made patterns in the tall grass. We were all learning that memory was a heavy burden if it was not balanced by the present. The past was a map, but the valley was the journey. We did not want to go back to the cities of glass any more than we wanted to go back to the halls of obsidian. We were content with the wood and the thatch. As the months passed, I felt the last of the gray residue leaving my spirit. The coldness that had settled in my marrow during the long years of the shelter was replaced by a steady warmth. I began to wander further away from the huts and into the deeper woods that surrounded our new home. I wanted to see where the world ended, but I found that it did not have an end. It only had variations. I found forests where the trees were so tall they seemed to hold up the sky, and meadows where the flowers were so bright they hurt my eyes. I found mountains that were made of real rock and ice, and they did not try to swallow me. They were just mountains. They were indifferent to my presence, and that indifference was a form of freedom. I could climb them or I could walk around them. The choice was mine. I encountered Thomas one day near a waterfall that cascaded down a sheer cliff of limestone. He was building a bridge out of fallen logs and vines. He looked stronger than he ever had in the orange suit. His skin was tanned by the sun and his hands were covered in sap. He told me that he wanted to see what was on the other side of the river. He said that he had spent too much of his life waiting for things to happen, and now he wanted to make things happen. I helped him haul a heavy timber across the clearing, and we worked in a silence that was full of shared understanding. We did not need to discuss the weight of the stone or the terror of the void. We were focused on the tension of the vines and the stability of the wood. We were building a path to a place we had never been. When the bridge was finished, we stood on the new planks and looked across the rushing water. The land on the other side was thick with ferns and ancient oaks. It looked untouched and wild. Thomas stepped across first, and I followed him. We walked for miles into the unknown, and we did not feel afraid. We knew that we could always find our way back by following the sound of the singing from the valley. The song had become our anchor. It was the thread that connected us to each other and to the earth. We found a grove where the air was still and the light was golden. In the center of the grove was a pillar of white stone that looked like it had been carved by the wind. It was not like the stone of the mountain. It was smooth and warm to the touch. I placed my hand on the pillar and I felt a faint vibration. It was not a knock, it was a hum. It felt like the sound a bee makes when it is full of nectar. It was the sound of the world breathing. I realized that the stone of the mountain had been a perversion of this natural resonance. The mountain had tried to trap the hum and keep it for itself, but the world was too big to be contained. The vibration passed through my palm and into my arm and then into my heart. I felt a sense of connection to everything around me. I was the tree and I was the river and I was the wind. I was the man who had survived the dark and I was the man who was walking in the light. I looked at Thomas and saw that he was feeling it too. He was smiling and his eyes were full of tears. We returned to the valley as the sun was setting. The huts were glowing like embers in the twilight. I went to my own home and found Alara waiting for me. She had laid out a meal of berries and bread and roasted nuts. We ate in the quiet and then we sat by the fire and watched the flames. I told her about the bridge and the pillar in the grove. She listened with a look of deep concentration. She told me that there were many such places in the world if one knew how to look for them. She said that the earth was full of secrets that were only revealed to those who were willing to listen. She spoke of a time when the world was young and the people knew how to talk to the stars. She said that we were the bridge between that time and the future. I fell asleep that night and I did not dream of the mountain. I dreamt of a great tree with roots that went down to the center of the universe and branches that touched the edge of time. I was a leaf on that tree and I was happy to be part of the green. I woke up the next morning feeling refreshed and full of energy. I decided that I would spend my time helping the others to explore the world. I wanted to map the rivers and the hills. I wanted to find the places where the hum was the loudest. I wanted to make sure that we never became stagnant again. I wanted to keep moving and keep growing until I was nothing but a memory of a movement. The years began to flow like the river in the valley. We built more huts and we started to cultivate the land in a way that was sustainable and kind. We did not use machines and we did not build walls. We lived in harmony with the cycles of the seasons. We celebrated the harvest and we honored the winter. We watched our children grow up in a world that was soft and wide. They did not know the fear of the bolt or the silence of the gray. They only knew the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the rain. They were the true heirs of our struggle. They were the ones who would carry the song forward into the ages to come. I often thought about the man in the orange suit and the leader in Elias. I realized that they were all parts of me. I was the prisoner, and I was the guard, and I was the guide. I had played all the roles in the drama of the stone, and now I was playing the role of the human. It was the hardest role of all because it required me to be vulnerable. It required me to accept that I would one day die and return to the earth, but that was the beauty of it. The mountain had offered me a kind of immortality that was really just a frozen death. The valley offered me a life that was precious because it was fleeting. I chose the valley every single day. One evening, I walked back up to the ridge where the crater lake lay. The water was perfectly still, and it reflected the stars with a clarity that was breathtaking. I sat on a rock and looked down into the depths. I saw my own face looking back at me. I looked old and weathered, but my eyes were bright. I saw the faces of the people I had lost in the mountain, and they were smiling. They were not trapped anymore. They were part of the water and the air. I felt a sense of completion. The journey that had started with a knock on a door in a desert had finally reached its destination. I was not a man in a shelter. I was a man in the universe. The wind picked up and ruffled the surface of the lake. The reflections broke into 1,000 pieces of light and then slowly reformed. It was a reminder that nothing was permanent and that change was the only constant. I stood up and stretched my limbs. I felt the strength in my muscles and the air in my lungs. I was ready for whatever came next. I was ready for the storm, and I was ready for the calm. I began the descent back to the valley, and I started to sing the song of the survivors. My voice joined with the voices of the others who were still awake in their huts. The melody rose up into the night sky, and it seemed to push back the darkness. We were the light. We were the life. We were the end of the stone and the beginning of everything else. As I reached the door of my hut, I saw a small green shoot pushing up through the dirt near the step. It was a tiny thing, but it was strong enough to break through the hard earth. I knelt down and touched it with a finger. It felt cool and moist. It was a sign that the world was still building itself. It was a sign that the story was not over. I stood up and went inside to my fire and my friend. I closed the door, but I did not lock it. There was no need for locks in a world where there was nothing to hide from. I lay down on my bed of furs and I closed my eyes. I listened to the sound of the fire and the sound of the rain starting to fall again. It was a good sound. It was the sound of home. It was the sound of being enough. The silence was dead and the world was screaming with the joy of its own existence. I was part of that scream and I was part of that joy. I was finally free. The morning arrived with a clarity that felt like a bell ringing in a hollow chamber. I stepped out of my hut and felt the damp grass against my ankles. The world was no longer a series of rooms to be navigated or a set of rules to be followed. It was a vast and open expanse that required nothing from me but my presence. I walked toward the edge of the stream where the water was carving new paths through the silt. The landscape was shifting every hour. The rain from the previous night had swollen the banks, and the sound was a low roar that vibrated in my chest. I sat on a flat stone and watched the debris of the old world float past. There were bits of charred wood and fragments of gray matter that looked like bone, but were actually just the remains of the mountain. The earth was digesting the past and turning it into something else. I felt a shadow fall over me, and I turned to see Alara standing there with a basket of reeds. She was looking at the water with a quiet intensity. She told me that the river was a messenger. It carried the news of the high places down to the low places. She said that we could tell how the world was healing by the color of the foam and the scent of the spray. Today the water smelled of pine and wet stone. It was a clean smell that did not have the metallic tang of the shelter. We sat together and watched the current for a long time. I realized that I had spent years of my life staring at walls, and now I could spend years staring at the movement of a single stream. The time did not feel wasted. It felt like an investment in the now. As the sun rose higher, I felt a strange pull toward the southern edge of the valley. It was a part of the land we had not yet explored. The trees there were darker, and the canopy was so thick that the ground was always in shadow. I told Alara that I wanted to go there, and she nodded. She did not ask why, and she did not try to stop me. We had learned that everyone had their own ghosts to chase and their own debts to pay to the silence. I started my walk across the meadow, and the air grew cooler as I approached the tree line. The transition was sharp. One moment I was in the golden light of the valley, and the next I was in a cathedral of green and brown. The silence here was different. It was not the dead silence of the gray, but the expectant silence of a sleeping giant. I walked for hours through the ferns and the moss. The ground was soft and springy, and my footsteps made no sound. I felt like a ghost moving through a dream. I found traces of animals that I did not recognize. There were prints in the mud that looked like hands and scratches on the bark of the trees that looked like writing. I felt a sense of awe that I was not the first thing to breathe in this place. The world had been busy while we were hiding. It had been inventing new forms and reclaiming old spaces. I came to a clearing where a massive oak tree had fallen. Its roots were exposed like the ribs of a giant. In the center of the root ball, I saw something glinting in the dim light. I moved closer and saw that it was a piece of glass. It was thick and curved, and it looked like part of a lens. I picked it up and wiped away the dirt. When I looked through it, the world became distorted and magnified. I saw the veins in a leaf and the tiny insects crawling on the bark. It was a remnant of the civilization that had existed before the Great Hardening. It was a tool for seeing, and yet it had been buried under a tree. I held it up to the light and saw a rainbow dance across the palm of my hand. This small object was a bridge to a history I could barely remember. It was a reminder that we had once been a people who looked at the stars and tried to understand the small things. I put the glass in my pocket and felt its weight against my thigh. It was a piece of the past that did not feel heavy. It felt like a gift. I continued deeper into the forest until I reached a place where the trees suddenly stopped. I was standing on the edge of a great basin that was filled with white flowers. They were so dense that they looked like a field of snow. The scent was overpowering. It was sweet and heavy, and it made my head swim. In the center of the basin was a structure that looked like a tower, but it was made of woven branches and vines. It was not built by human hands. It looked like it had grown out of the earth in response to a specific need. I walked down into the basin, and the flowers brushed against my knees. They felt like silk, and they left a dusting of yellow pollen on my trousers. As I approached the tower, I heard a sound that I had not heard in a very long time. It was the sound of a flute. The melody was simple and repetitive, and it seemed to be coming from inside the structure. I reached the base of the tower and saw an opening that was just wide enough for a person to pass through. I hesitated for a moment, and then I stepped inside. The interior was cool and dim. The light filtered through the woven walls in patterns of gold and black. Sitting on a bed of dry grass was an old man. He was wearing a cloak made of feathers, and his hair was as white as the flowers outside. He was holding a flute made of bone, and he was playing to the shadows. He stopped when he saw me and laid the flute across his lap. His eyes were milky with age, but he seemed to see me clearly. He told me that he had been waiting for someone to come from the valley. He said that he was the keeper of the songs that the mountain could not swallow. He had lived in this forest since the beginning of the gray, and he had watched the world turn to stone and then turn back again. He told me that the mountain was only one of many trials and that the real test was what we did with our freedom. He asked me if I still heard the knocking in my head. I told him that the knocking had turned into a hum and then into a song. He smiled and his face wrinkled like a dried apple. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a small leather pouch. He handed it to me and told me that it contained the seeds of the trees that grew before the first winter. He said that these trees were the memory of the earth and that they needed to be planted in the valley so that the future would have deep roots. He told me that my journey was not just about escaping the dark, but about building the light. We talked for a long time about the nature of the stone and the power of the breath. He told me that the mountain had failed because it tried to be perfect, and that life succeeded because it was willing to be broken. He said that every crack in the world was a place where something new could grow. When I left the tower, the sun was beginning to set. The field of white flowers was glowing with a pale luminescence. I felt a sense of purpose that was different from the survival instinct that had driven me for so long. I was no longer just a survivor. I was a gardener. I walked back through the forest, and the shadows felt like friends. I reached the edge of the valley just as the first stars were appearing. The lights of the huts were visible in the distance, and they looked like fallen stars. I felt a deep love for the people who were waiting for me there. We were a small group of broken things trying to make a whole world. I found Thomas sitting by a fire near the bridge we had built. He was carving a piece of wood into the shape of a bird. He looked up and saw the pouch in my hand and the glass in my pocket. I sat down beside him and told him about the old man and the tower of branches. I told him about the seeds and the message of the trees. He listened with a quiet reverence. He said that he had felt the same pull toward the unknown parts of the land. He said that the world was calling to us to help it wake up. We spent the night talking about the things we would plant and the things we would build. We were no longer afraid of the horizon. We were the horizon. The next morning, I gathered the community together in the center of the valley. I showed them the seeds, and I told them the story of the keeper of the songs. We decided to plant the seeds in a circle around the lake so that the trees would always have water and we would always have shade. We worked together to clear the ground and prepare the soil. It was a slow and methodical process. Each seed was a promise we were making to the generations that would come after us. We were planting a forest that we would never see in its full glory, and that felt like the most honest thing we had ever done. We were acting for a future that did not belong to us. As the weeks passed, the seeds began to sprout. They were not like the plants we had seen before. Their leaves were a deep iridescent blue, and their stems were as strong as iron. They grew with a speed that was almost frightening. Within a month, they were as tall as a man, and their branches were already reaching for each other. The hum in the air grew stronger as the trees matured. It was a vibrant and healthy sound that made the birds sing louder and the fish jump higher. The valley was becoming a sanctuary of resonance. We found that our own voices were changing. We could speak to each other over long distances without shouting, and we could feel the emotions of the trees as if they were our own. One afternoon, I was sitting under the shade of the largest tree when I saw a figure approaching from the ridge. It was a man I did not recognize. He was wearing a tattered orange suit, and he was walking with a heavy limp. My heart skipped a beat. For a moment, I thought the mountain was returning to reclaim us. But as he got closer, I saw that his face was full of wonder and not fear. He was another refugee from the deep places. He had heard the song of the survivors and had followed it across the wasteland of the gray. He fell to his knees when he reached the edge of the greenery, and he began to cry. It was a sound of pure relief. We took him in and fed him and gave him a place to rest. He told us that there were others still trapped in the pockets of the stone. He said that the mountain had not vanished for everyone. Some people were still living in the silence because they did not know how to break the walls. They were waiting for a sign or a voice to tell them that it was safe to come out. I realized then that our work was not finished. We were the light on the hill, and we had to make sure that our light was bright enough to be seen from the furthest reaches of the dark. We had to become the very thing we had once sought. We had to be the door. I talked to Alara and Thomas about the man in the orange suit. We decided that we would send out parties of explorers to find the others. We would carry the seeds and the glass and the songs into the gray places. We would show them that the world was soft and that the breath was stronger than the stone. I felt a surge of energy at the thought of returning to the edge of the void. This time I would not be a prisoner trying to escape. I would be a guide bringing others home. We began to prepare for the journey. We made cloaks of sturdy fabric and packed bags of dried fruit and grain. We were the ambassadors of the morning. On the day of our departure, the valley was filled with a sense of solemn excitement. The children gathered flowers to give to us, and the elders sang a song of protection. I looked at the circle of blue trees and felt a deep sense of peace. Whatever happened to us, the forest would remain. The memory of the earth was safe. I took Alara by the hand and we began the climb up the ridge. Thomas was at my side, and the man in the tattered suit was leading the way. We reached the summit and looked back at the valley one last time. It was a jewel of green in a world that was still struggling to be born. We turned away from the light and began the descent into the shadows. The air grew colder and the landscape became more jagged. We saw the ruins of the old world scattered across the plains like the bones of a forgotten god. But even here in the heart of the gray, I saw signs of life. I saw a tuft of grass growing in a crack in the pavement and a small bird nesting in the rusted skeleton of a machine. The world was not dead. It was just waiting. I reached into my pocket and touched the piece of glass. I felt the warmth of the sun that it had captured, and I knew that we were carrying the fire. We were the friction that would wake the world. We were the noise that would shatter the silence. We were the breath that would melt the stone. And as we walked into the unknown, I started to sing. The gray plains stretched out before us like a sea of frozen ash. Every step we took away from the valley felt like a step back into a nightmare we had almost forgotten. The ground was hard and unyielding. It did not give under our boots like the moss of the forest. It resisted us. It was the same stubborn substance that had held me captive for so many years. I felt the old weight of the mountain pressing against my mind, but I refused to let it settle. I reached out and took the hand of Alara. Her skin was warm and her pulse was steady. She was a living anchor in a world of ghosts. We moved forward into the haze where the sky and the earth blurred together into a single shade of nothingness. The man in the tattered suit led us toward a range of jagged hills that looked like broken teeth. He called them the Silent Spires. He told us that beneath those hills lay a series of tunnels that were still inhabited by hundreds of people. They were living in the dark because they believed the sun had been extinguished forever. They thought the air outside was poison and that the sky had collapsed. I looked at the pouch of seeds hanging from my belt. I thought about the blue trees and the way they hummed in the wind. I realized that the greatest barrier between these people and the light was not the stone, but the stories they told themselves. We were not just carrying seeds. We were carrying a new truth. As we approached the first spire, the wind began to howl through the narrow canyons. It was a hollow sound that carried no scent of life. It was the sound of a vacuum trying to fill itself. Thomas pointed to a mark on a rock wall. It was a small circle with a line through it. It was a symbol of the old world. It was a sign that we were entering a place where the past still held sway. We found the entrance to the tunnels behind a heap of rubble. It was a small square hole that looked like a drain. I felt a surge of claustrophobia as I looked at it. I did not want to go back under the earth. I did not want to leave the open air. But then I remembered the face of the man who had found us. I remembered his tears of relief. I took a deep breath and crawled into the dark. The tunnel was cramped and smelled of recycled air and old sweat. It was the smell of the shelter. It was the smell of stagnation. We crawled for a long time until the space opened up into a larger chamber. There were lights here, but they were dim and flickering. They were the color of sick skin. Figures moved in the shadows. They were thin and pale, and their eyes were wide with a permanent expression of shock. They stopped what they were doing and stared at us as if we were apparitions. We did not look like them. We were tanned from the sun, and our clothes were stained with the green of the valley. We looked like the spring arriving in the middle of a dead winter. I stood in the center of the chamber, and I did not speak at first. I simply stood there and breathed. I let them see the way my chest moved with the strength of the outside air. I took out the piece of glass and held it up to one of the dim lights. The glass caught the meager glow and fractured it into a tiny rainbow that danced on the gray walls. A child stepped forward from the shadows. She was perhaps 6 years old, and she had never seen a rainbow. She reached out a trembling hand to touch the colors on the wall. I knelt down and handed her the glass. I told her that this was a piece of the world that was waiting for her. I told her that the sky was blue and that the grass was soft. The others began to gather around us. They were suspicious and afraid. A man who seemed to be a leader stepped forward. He was wearing a uniform that was falling apart at the seams. He asked us where we had come from and how we had survived the fire. I told him that there was no fire. I told him that the world was not burning but blooming. He did not believe me. He said that the sensors in the upper levels showed nothing but gray. I realized that they were relying on machines that were as broken as their spirits. I told him to trust his own senses instead of the dead metal. I told him to come with me to the surface. He backed away as if I had suggested he walk into a furnace. Ilara stepped forward then. She did not use words. She opened her basket and took out a handful of the white flowers from the basin. They were wilted, but they still carried that heavy, sweet scent. She passed them around the circle. The people took the flowers and held them to their noses. I saw their faces change. The scent was something their memories could not deny. It was the smell of life. It was a fragrance that did not belong in a tomb. One by one, they began to stand up straight. The fear in their eyes was replaced by a desperate kind of hope. It was a hope that hurt. It was a hope that required them to abandon everything they thought they knew. We spent 3 days in those tunnels. We talked to every person we could find. We told them about the valley and the lake and the blue trees. We told them that the mountain was a lie that we had all agreed to believe. We told them that the only thing keeping them in the dark was the door they refused to open. Some of them were angry. They had spent their entire lives preparing for an end that never came, and they did not know how to handle the beginning. But most of them were simply tired. They were tired of the gray and the silence. They were ready to be broken so that they could be made whole. On the 4th morning, we led a procession of over 200 people toward the exit. It was a slow and difficult journey. Many of them were weak and could not walk without help. Thomas and the man in the orange suit carried the elderly while Ilara led the children. I stayed at the front of the line. I felt like a pioneer cutting a path through a jungle of ghosts. When we reached the small square hole that led to the surface, there was a moment of collective hesitation. The air coming down from the opening was cold and sharp. To them, it felt like a threat. To me, it felt like a kiss. I climbed out first and reached down to pull the others up. One by one, they emerged into the gray light of the spires. They huddled together and shielded their eyes. Even the overcast sky was too bright for them. They looked at the jagged rocks and the vast, empty plains, and they began to wail. It was a sound of grief for the world they had lost and for the time they had wasted. I let them cry. I knew that the tears were the only way to wash the dust out of their souls. I waited until the last person had climbed out, and then I pointed toward the south. I told them that the green was that way. I told them that we were going home. The walk back to the valley was a test of endurance. We had to move at the pace of the slowest person. We shared our water and our dried fruit. We sang the songs of the survivors to keep their spirits up. At night, we huddled together for warmth and watched the stars. For many of them, it was the first time they had ever seen the universe. They were terrified by the scale of it. They felt small and insignificant. I told them that being small was a gift. It meant that we did not have to carry the weight of the world. We only had to carry ourselves. We were just a part of the great scream of existence. As we neared the ridge that overlooked the valley, the air began to change. The metallic tang of the gray plains faded and was replaced by the scent of damp earth and growing things. The people began to sniff the air like animals. They started to walk faster. The weariness seemed to fall away from them. We reached the summit just as the sun was breaking through the clouds. Below us, the valley was a vibrant explosion of color. The blue trees had grown even taller, and their leaves were shimmering in the light. The lake was a perfect mirror of the sky. The huts were plumes of friendly smoke. It was a vision of paradise. The people stood on the ridge in total silence. They did not cry this time. They simply looked. They saw the children of the valley running through the meadows. They saw the elders sitting by the stream. They saw a world that did not require a key or a code. I felt a profound sense of completion. This was why I had survived the knock on the door in the desert. This was why I had endured the years in the shelter and the climb up the mountain. I was meant to be a bridge. I was meant to be the one who carried the light back into the dark so that the dark could find its way home. We descended into the valley and the community came out to meet us. There were no strangers here. Every person who had walked out of the stone was a brother or a sister. We spent the next several weeks building new huts and expanding the gardens. We planted the remaining seeds from the leather pouch. We taught the newcomers how to listen to the hum of the trees and how to read the messages of the river. The valley was growing. It was no longer just a hiding place. It was a civilization. It was a place where the memory of the earth was being woven into the fabric of the present. One evening, I sat with Thomas and Alara by the lake. The water was still and the stars were bright. I looked at the reflections, and I did not see my old face or the faces of the lost. I saw the faces of the children who were sleeping in the huts. I saw the future. Thomas was still carving his wooden bird. He handed it to me, and I saw that it was finished. It was a hawk with its wings spread wide. It looked like it was about to take flight. He told me that he was going to leave the valley the next day. He said that there were other tunnels and other shelters. He said that he could not sit under the blue trees while there were still people living in the gray. I felt a pang of sadness, but I knew he was right. The work was not done. The mountain had cast a long shadow, and it would take a long time to reach everyone. Ilara said that she would go with him. She wanted to find the keeper of the songs again and learn more about the ancient trees. They asked me if I wanted to come. I looked at the blue forest and the peaceful lake. I looked at the small green shoot near my doorstep, which had now grown into a sturdy bush. I told them that I would stay. Someone had to keep the fire burning. Someone had to make sure that the home was ready for those who returned. We hugged each other and promised to meet again when the world was green from end to end. I watched them walk up the ridge the next morning. They looked small against the vastness of the landscape, but they did not look weak. They looked like seeds being carried by the wind. I turned back to my work. I had a garden to tend and a story to tell. I felt the sun on my back and the air in my lungs. I was a man in the universe, and I was enough. The stone was gone, and the silence was over. The world was screaming with joy, and I was singing along. The days turned into months, and the months into years. The blue forest expanded until it covered the entire floor of the valley. The trees created a canopy that kept the air warm and moist. We found that the trees did more than just provide shade. They seemed to purify the very essence of the land. The gray patches of soil turned black and rich. The streams ran clear and cold. We started to find animals that we had thought were extinct. Deer moved through the shadows, and birds of 1,000 colors nested in the iridescent branches. The valley was a heart that was pumping life back into the body of the world. I spent my days teaching the children how to read the patterns in the glass lens. I told them about the old world not as a place of wonder, but as a place of lessons. I told them about the danger of building walls and the necessity of keeping the doors unlocked. I told them that the greatest strength was the ability to be broken and still keep growing. They listened with wide eyes, and they understood. They did not have the weight of the gray in their bones. They were born of the light, and they moved with a grace that I could only envy. They were the true heirs of the morning. Sometimes at night I would sit by the fire and listen for the knocking, but the sound never came back. The internal ghost had been laid to rest. I realized that the knocking had been the sound of my own soul trying to get out. It had been the sound of a life that refused to be contained. Now that I was free, there was no need to knock. I was already outside. I was already everywhere. I looked at the piece of glass in my hand, and I saw the reflection of the fire. It was a small light, but it was steady. It was a light that would never go out as long as there was someone to see it. I knew that my time was drawing to a close. I could feel the slow cooling of my blood and the softening of my grip, but I was not afraid. I had seen the cycle of the water and the growth of the trees. I knew that nothing was ever truly lost. I was just another piece of debris being digested by the earth to become something new. I was the charred wood that would become the soil. I was the breath that would become the wind. I was the end of the stone and the beginning of everything else. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the rain. It was a good sound. It was the sound of home. It was the sound of being enough. The world was screaming, and I was the silence that gave the scream its meaning. I was finally part of the joy. I was finally free. The sun hung low over the horizon as a soft orange orb that did not burn, but instead bathed the world in a gentle warmth. I sat upon the porch of the small cabin I had built with my own hands. The wood was solid and smelled of pine and resin. Beside me, the great blue trees stood as silent sentinels, their leaves vibrating with a low frequency that felt like a heartbeat against the soles of my feet. The valley was no longer a secret. It had become a beacon. Over the years, many more had come from the dark places. They arrived with hollow eyes and trembling hands, but the valley always knew how to heal them. The soil took their sorrow, and the water washed away their fear. I watched a group of young people walking toward the lake. They carried baskets made of woven reeds, and their laughter drifted through the air like the song of a flute. They did not know the weight of the shelter. They did not know the suffocating pressure of a mountain of stone. To them, the sky was a natural roof, and the wind was a familiar friend. I felt a deep satisfaction in their ignorance. Their freedom was the harvest of the seeds we had planted so long ago. Thomas and Alara had returned many times over the seasons, bringing with them groups of survivors they had found in the deep bunkers of the north and the jagged ruins of the east. Each time they looked older, but their spirits were brighter than ever. They had become legends among the people of the surface. They were the wanderers who brought the spring. The man in the tattered suit had passed away 2 winters ago. He died peacefully in his sleep, surrounded by the flowers he loved so much. We buried him beneath the oldest blue tree, and now his essence was part of the hum that protected us. I realized then that none of us truly leave this place. We simply change form. We become the shade that cools the traveler and the fruit that feeds the hungry. The cycle was complete, and it was beautiful in its simplicity. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small piece of glass. It was scratched and dull now, but it still held the memory of the first light I had ever seen. I did not need it anymore. The world was full of light. I walked down to the edge of the stream and let the glass slip from my fingers. It vanished into the clear water and settled among the smooth stones. It was back where it belonged. The evening air grew cool, and the first stars began to blink into existence. I remembered how terrified the people from the tunnels had been when they first saw the night sky. They thought the universe was falling on them. Now they looked up at the constellations and saw a map of infinite possibilities. We had learned to live without the machines. We did not need the sensors or the flickering screens to tell us we were alive. We felt the truth in the pulse of the earth and the rhythm of the seasons. We had traded the artificial safety of the bunker for the vibrant danger of the living world, and it was the best bargain we had ever made. I stood up and stretched my aching limbs. My body was a map of my journey. My skin was lined with the years, and my hair was as white as the clouds over the ridge. I was tired, but it was a good kind of tiredness. It was the exhaustion of a man who had finished his work. I walked toward the center of the village, where a large fire was being lit. The people gathered around the flames to share their stories and their food. There was no hierarchy here, and no one issued orders. We were bound together by the shared understanding that we were the guardians of a fragile miracle. A small child ran up to me and grabbed my hand. She asked me to tell the story of the man who heard the knocking. I smiled and sat down on a log. I told them about the desert and the door that would not open. I told them about the long silence and the way the light eventually found a way through the cracks. I told them that the knocking was not a ghost but an invitation. It was the world asking us to come back and play our part. The children listened with wide eyes, and I knew that they would carry these stories forward. They would be the ones to make sure the stone never closed again. As the moon rose over the peaks of the silent spires, I felt a profound sense of peace. The world was no longer a gray wasteland. It was a tapestry of green and blue and gold. The ruins of the old world were still there, but they were being swallowed by the vines and the moss. The bones of the forgotten gods were becoming the foundations for new life. The friction had worked. The noise had shattered the silence. The breath had melted the stone. I looked at the faces of my friends and my family, and I knew that we were enough. We were the flame that would never go out. I walked back to my cabin as the fire began to die down. The valley was quiet save for the soft rustle of the leaves and the distant call of an owl. I lay down on my bed and watched the shadows dance on the ceiling. I was not waiting for anything anymore. I was not hiding and I was not running. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I felt the slow, steady beat of my heart, and I realized that it was in perfect sync with the hum of the blue trees. I was a part of the song. I was a part of the light. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me, but it was not the darkness of the tomb. It was the darkness of a deep and restful sleep. The morning came with a burst of birdsong and the scent of damp earth. I did not wake up, but I could feel the sun on my face. I could feel the roots of the trees reaching down to touch me. I was the grass and the water and the wind. I was the memory of the earth and the hope of the future. The story was over and the life had begun. The world was screaming with joy, and I was the silence that understood everything. I was finally home. I was finally free. The transition from the mountain of stone to the valley of light was not just a change of scenery. but a total reconfiguration of the human soul. For the 200 souls we had rescued, the first few months were a blur of sensory overload and quiet terror. They had to learn how to walk on ground that was soft and uneven instead of cold and flat. They had to learn how to look at a horizon that did not end in a wall. I watched them as they sat by the lake for hours at a time, simply staring at the ripples. They were waiting for the world to stop or for the sky to fall down. It took a long time for them to understand that the world was not a machine that could break. It was a living body that was constantly renewing itself. Thomas and Alara were the architects of our new society. They did not build laws or hierarchies. Instead, they built traditions. They established the evening fire where every person had a chance to speak. They organized the planting of the gardens based on the cycles of the moon rather than the ticking of a clock. We found that the blue trees were the true guardians of the valley. Their roots reached deep into the earth and pulled up the toxins of the old world and turned them into something clean and vibrant. The air in the valley felt heavy with life, as if every breath we took was a gift from the forest itself. We were no longer survivors clinging to the edge of an abyss. We were inhabitants of a new kingdom. One afternoon, I walked to the edge of the blue forest with the man in the orange suit. He had discarded his synthetic uniform long ago and now wore simple clothes made of woven fibers. He looked at the shimmering leaves and told me that he finally understood what the architects of the shelters had missed. They had tried to preserve life by freezing it in place. They had thought that safety was found in stasis, but life is not a thing to be kept in a box. Life is a process of constant change and decay and rebirth. He pointed to a fallen log that was covered in bright red mushrooms. He said that even in death, the wood was serving a purpose. It was becoming the food for the next generation. We sat in silence and listened to the hum of the trees. It was a song of endurance and grace. As the first year came to a close, we held a great feast to celebrate the harvest. The tables were piled high with blue fruits and green vegetables and fresh bread. We sang the songs of the survivors, but we added new verses about the sun and the rain. I looked around the circle and saw faces that were no longer gray. There was color in their cheeks and light in their eyes. The children who had been born in the tunnels were now running through the meadows with a wild energy that could not be contained. They did not know the fear of the knocking. They did not know the weight of the mountain. They were the first true citizens of the surface, and they were beautiful. Thomas approached me as the fire began to fade. He carried his leather pack and his walking stick. He told me that he and Alara had decided to leave at dawn. There were reports from the newcomers about other bunkers further to the west near the edge of the Great Salt Flats. He said that as long as there was one person left in the dark, he could not truly rest. I felt a deep ache in my chest at the thought of them leaving, but I did not try to stop them. We had been forged in the same fire, and I knew that his purpose was different from mine. He was the seeker, and I was the keeper. He would find the lost, and I would make sure they had a home to come to. We embraced under the starlight, and I felt the strength in his arms. He was a man who had found his way out of the stone, and he was never going back. The next morning I stood on the ridge and watched them walk away, two small figures against the vastness of the gray plains. They did not look back. They moved with a steady purpose that made the landscape seem less daunting. I stayed there until they were nothing more than specks on the horizon, and then I turned back to the valley. There was much work to be done. We were expanding the irrigation system to the lower meadows, and we were beginning to experiment with the seeds we had found in the ruined greenhouse. Every day brought a new challenge and a new discovery. We were learning how to be human again, and it was the hardest and most rewarding work I had ever done. The years began to flow together like the waters of the stream. I watched the seasons change and the forest grow. The blue trees eventually spread beyond the ridge and began to reclaim the gray plains. It was a slow process, but it was inevitable. The life was stronger than the dust. I spent my time teaching the younger generation about the history of the world. I told them about the great cities and the flying machines and the glowing screens. I told them about the mistakes we had made and the price we had paid for our arrogance. I wanted them to understand that the valley was not a miracle. It was a responsibility. It was a garden that required constant care and attention. I grew old in the shadow of the blue trees. My joints became stiff and my vision blurred, but my mind remained clear. I spent my evenings sitting on the porch of my cabin and watching the stars. I no longer felt the need to understand the universe. I was content to simply be a part of it. I thought about the man who had knocked on my door in the desert so many years ago. I realized that he had not been a stranger at all. He had been the future calling to the past. He had been the friction that was necessary to break the silence. I was grateful for every moment of pain and every mile of the journey because it had led me here. One evening, as the sun was setting behind the peaks, I felt a strange lightness in my chest. The air smelled of jasmine and damp earth. I saw a hawk circling high above the valley, and I remembered the wooden bird that Thomas had carved for me. I realized that my own wings were finally ready to unfold. I was not afraid of the end. I saw it as a beginning. I was going to become the soil that fed the trees and the water that quenched the thirst of the deer. I was going to be the song that the children sang by the fire. I closed my eyes and let out a long, slow breath. The knocking had finally stopped because there were no more doors left to open. I was everywhere and I was everything. The world was screaming with joy, and I was the silence that made the music possible. I was home and I was free.